Sub chat. Not that there's many people here yet. Let's see who's first. Morning, Dokkaby. You're the first one in. Yo, what's up, Trickster? Yo, I appreciate that. Lots and lots of gains. Oh, I gotta change the stream title. Or maybe I'll leave it. Maybe it's good big clickbait. What'd I get? New graphics card. Yeah, Windows 11 is way better than 10. It's not even close. But to each their own. I haven't been trying to buy many costumes. Shit, we got 5 of those. 5 of that stack of 10. We don't care about security updates. Shit, if you don't care about security updates, why don't you go back to like fucking Windows 2000 or something? Back to Vista, now that was a dog shit operating system. Oh my god. I don't know how I missed that the first time. Well, good luck. Well, why's it not letting me put it on there? Oh. Oh, we don't have the drop buffs anymore, right? This is probably a good opportunity for me to start using some drop buffs. Wait. Oh, I don't have any of these. These down here. Okay, we will pop those. We don't. It's always a struggle. At that point, stop giving us stuff and just make it perma hot time, right? Here, let's get these out of the inventory first. We'll get those two things out. Yep, that's right, Lakoti. Exactly 5 days after. Yeah. Part of me wonders, with them increasing combat fame so much, and the fact that it's impossible, even if you had like all level 66 characters, it's impossible to be max family fame. I wonder if they're toying with the idea in the office of making leveling past 66 more feasible. 12 minutes live and not 1K viewers? Pathetic, I know. I need to step up my game. I need to appease the clanker overlords and start whispering ones and zeros in their ear every night. Oh, speaking of rifts, Jesus fuck. Or I didn't even notice the first one. That's probably why you mentioned it, right? Woo. Excuse me. You're on some shit today, Maverick. You're on like a tirade against Windows. Woo, Lakoti. Thank you for the sub. I'm drinking a bit, yes. What we drinking though? Beer, whiskey.
DeVio's based.
He's sipping them martinis. Well, I guess it's not necessarily 9 a.m. where you're at. Nice scotch. Nice. I like a good scotch. I like scotch and bourbon. Those are two of my favorites. I got RNG carried last night. Got my deck offhand. Fuck yeah. And when you say carried, how carried is the next question. How many clicks we talking? And what kind of stack did you start on? $37? That's pretty fucking carried. Congrats, man. You just saved yourself like $1 trillion silver. Ba-doop. Ba-doop. Sometimes I wonder if, not that we get a lot of messages like that, but sometimes I wonder if I put it like a follower-only chat, if it would reduce it a bit. Yeah. Might actually kind of work as a good reminder to people too who haven't followed the stream. Because I don't know about you guys, I do this all the time. where I'll be like looking through a category and I'll find a streamer that I like, but I'll be sitting there just vibing in his stream. And then I just completely forget to shoot him a follow so I can find him easier next time. And then the next time I'm looking through the category, I'm trying to look for him. Or maybe I make millions and I turn it to subscriber only chat. Surely everyone will subscribe, right? Yo, good morning, Orvik. Nah, I'd never do subscriber only chat. If I go into his stream and I can't follow, I can't type without follow, I go to my way not to follow. Shit. That sounds great. Less chatters. Woo! I think though, right? And at one point, I felt the same way. But, like, considering the situation now, it actually makes me think, you know what? Maybe people do that so they get less bots in their channel fucking randomly advertising bullshit. Maybe it's not an attempt to try to, you know, manipulate viewers into following. Maybe it's just to try to reduce the amount of bots popping in the chat saying random shit. Your first Zappy horse? Yeah. Perfect timing too, because now you can actually put it in here. You're not like having to decide between the dad horse and the other horse. That's fucking perfect timing. I'll have to do these riffs sometime today, because they're going to reset on maintenance. No reason not to get my 700 crons. Have you done guild bosses? No, we're doing guild bosses tonight, I believe. I'll have to make sure I... Oh, shit. Might be a little tight on timing. I'm supposed to take my daughter for sushi tonight. So I'm trying to think of... I should be back before guild bosses. How much did you make? It's like 1 bill per boss now? And how many bosses? You can't win no wars. Did you... Why Crown Prince? Why wouldn't you just do like C10s of other bosses? Because they all guarantee 1, right? Or does Crown Prince guarantee 2? I actually still haven't even bothered with Crown Prince. I've been just stuck with the same static group. Oh, the group boss. You're right. So that is 1 extra on top. Shit. So you've been doing 5 of those? Fuck me. Yeah, for some reason I thought Crown Prince was... Duh. I don't know why I didn't fucking think, but... For some reason, for a second there, I thought Crown Prince was just one of the normal bosses, the solo bosses. I've had 5 Voltarians now. I have the 3 that I have, and I've sold 2. And I feel like I have some more traces somewhere else. Oh, maybe I don't. Yeah. AFK, do your weekly bosses, do your weekly shrines. And if you're a Node War and Siege Guild, collect some... Like, think about if you're in Pico too, right? We get War of the Roses, so that's like 5 bill every second week. Every week we get Castle Bag, which is like 4 bill. On top of like Node War bags throughout the week. Occasionally there's fights there. I could legit not play the game and sustain all my clicks with all the free money I get. And just log in for those activities. All the grinding I do is for something that'll probably never come. Who knows? Maybe. Highly unlikely. But maybe when they do the next generation accessories, they'll go crazy, and I'll be able to go crazy. But I doubt it. Yeah, if you play on NA and you live in like EU or, you know, basically anywhere not in North America, it's fucking miserable to do those things. Like Biceptrus, man. Fucking being in an NA guild, the Siege Guild, he probably had a lot of fucking late nights. A lot of late nights. Did you miss the juicy rant? No, there's no ranting.
All the same shit. All the same shit, right? My main issue primarily is time gates. I think time gates are nonsense. I think it's good to have weekly baselines, but time gates are nonsense. Like I said, if they, I'm gonna repeat this again. You guys, I'm sure every single one of you guys have heard this a million times, but if they like had not only the weekly quests you could do for a solid baseline for your casual player, but made it like at the same drop rate as a limbo.
You could get an Adania fragment from all the Adania grind spots. With how much I grind, I'd have like an extra 50 stones. Maybe like 52 stones now, right? Since I've done the math. And then you do the math on 52 stones with my success. With the average success rate. I'd be, like, one of my armors would be 2 stages higher. I'd probably already have my Oct helmet. So I would still be behind the people who are getting lucky, right? But at least I would have a little more agency over my bad luck. It's crazy that you could have people who have, like, well, maybe not pen weapons. That might be a bit of an exaggeration. Well, maybe. There probably might be some super lucky people with, we'll say, Oct weapons. And their armors are higher than mine. Even though they've been getting less stones every week, right? And they barely grind. Yeah, I kind of like the limbos. There were things I liked about them. The little, I don't know. I feel like no matter what, PvE and BDO, like whenever they do bosses and events like that, it might be interesting at first, but the novelty is going to wear off and it's going to start feeling like a chore. Like, running around and trying to step on yellow circles on the ground, I don't know. Didn't feel fun or engaging. Just sitting there throwing AoE after AoE while dogs run around in random directions. Or standing there idle until near the end and then run to a corner and have them all run at you. Like, that doesn't feel like engaging content. It'd be cool if they could figure out something more interesting, but I don't know what they could do more interesting that wouldn't eventually become a chore anyways, so... Sometimes I wonder, like, I felt like they were kind of on to something with the C1 to C7 bosses and how they were gear capped. I almost feel like they should do that with all bosses in the game, where they are completely not gear based. And Their attacks do a fixed amount of percentage damage, so they're always equally risky, no matter where you're at in your progression. And then you could have, like, more interesting bosses. Like, you go into the limbo and all of a sudden Beg jumps out. Like a new Beg with mechanics, and you gotta take him down. Did my third Jordan and I'm over it. Yeah, it's typically how PvE content, like bosses in BDO, become. But then again, that might be just a mentality thing, because like I try to think of any other game too. It's every boss, even when I was running like raids in World of Warcraft, you know, bosses eventually just became a chore. So that might be kind of something that just is inevitable for me, right? It might be just like some people will enjoy it, some people will become a chore, some people will never enjoy it. Maybe have an option where you could hand in the limbo, and no matter what, you get the Adonia fragment. But if you decide to do the limbo, then it'll also give you some extra stuff on top that's worth the time for the people who do enjoy it. So the people who don't enjoy it aren't forced to do it, but the people who do enjoy it, you know, can get some value out of it. I'm annoyed they took away all the stones on Global and I couldn't even test anything. And you can't even get the stones from Rifts on Global. It's like, how the hell are you going to put all that in the Global Lab patch notes and you can't even test it on Global Lab? Enslar's an annoying fight. I feel like Enslar's kind of an epic fight, though. But yeah, any fights that have excessive iframes. I don't mind the occasional iframe to make the fight feel a little more epic, right? The boss is doing something, right? To try to exaggerate or show off his power. But when you're just sitting there and the boss is, like, you're mid-fight with the boss and it's just iframe, 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 and you're just standing there. It's like at that point, like, let the boss be hittable, but maybe just make it have more health. Because then at least it feels like you're still engaging with the boss, right? Or give it a DP buff during that one phase. Yo, what's up, John? Good morning. Yo, what's up, Alex? Good morning. Hey, what's up, Gramps? The hell? Good morning. Do I look like a grandpa to you? Hopefully at least not for like another 15 years. Good morning, young. See, there we go. That's better. That's better. I like that vibe. You looking the transition to grandpa? Damn. Yeah. Well, 15 years from now, right? My oldest will be 28. By then, she should be finished with her post-secondary education, especially if she decides to take something longer. At that point, she should know what she wants in life, be settled, know who she is. I feel like you don't really know who you are until you're like 30. Late 20s. Some people maybe early 30s. I feel like up until your 20s, all you're doing is spending all your time and trying to impress your friends. And then in your 20s to mid 20s, you're just too busy to truly know. Between trying to work a job and go to school. I should just put these in here. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. My 20s spent undoing all the sheltering my parents did? Yeah, it's a balance, right? I think it's important to like you can try to teach troubleshooting skills, but it's also one of those things where on-hands experience goes so much further. And I don't know. It's important to let them make mistakes. Especially earlier on when they're littler mistakes, right? When they're smaller mistakes. Yo, what's up, Miss Henry? This is The Sultans of Swing by Dire Straits. You ever want to know what song's playing? There's also a song command that'll tell you. Most of the time it's working. Yeah, it's a great song. Where's Rulask? I don't know who Rulask is. Rulask. Chat, anybody can help? Who's Rulask? And where is he? Oh yeah, Rusalka or whatever, right? Yeah, that does ring a bell, that name. Nymphomare. You might be able to use the NPC finder. This is the little thing here. Let's see. Rusalka. Oh, maybe not. Unless it's not RUS. Rulask, recommend me your channel. Oh! Oh, that's a person. Well, hopefully he said nothing but nice things. He's a big Black Desert streamer. Is he? On what platform? Because I feel like if he was big, I would on Twitch, I would know of him. Maybe on Kick or YouTube? Or is this some roundabout attempt to try to advertise somebody's channel? Oh. If that's true, though, I like him. If that's true, I like him. What do you mean gotta be AI? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. What are you talking about? This Ralus guy, he doesn't even follow my channel and he's never typed a message in my chat. You are just advertising people, aren't you? You are just fucking advertising people. This like a Rulesque ult account? Trying to glaze me? Try to glaze me and it fucking works too. God damn it. God damn it. Just hit me with some compliments and you just get to do whatever the fuck you want. God damn it. Zethiann? Oh, I get that. Zethiann's a pretty cool guy. I've rated him a bunch of times. He's yeah, he's a funny guy. I like it. I like when he does his dance moves and his little helicopter on his chair. Hmm. So express yourself. So chat, remember when I got the record there? The vinyl from Pearl Abyss? And I got a card, right? It says, wish you were here, and it's Crimson Desert. And then on the back of it, just a quick little thing. Hi, Zethiann. Thank you for your continued support. Black Desert team. I was kind of disappointed. I was like, you know, it's nice that they send a card, but normally when they send a card, right? Normally when they send me a card, let me show you one of these old ones, right? There's a ton of messages from the team written in there, right? And I really like that. I honestly like this more than the shit they send with it because to me it's, it's nice. It's nice. It's a personal touch, right? So when I got that card with the record, I was a little bummed out. It was still nice to get something, right? But I was a little bummed out. Well, yesterday, another card arrived. I don't know if they heard me or what, but another card arrived. Da 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 da! Look at that. A Happy New Year card. So I guess that was shipped separate, and I guess it didn't make sense for them to do personal messages on 2 cards. But this one, look at that. Whole bunch of messages from the team written in there. And then the main message at the bottom, right, says, Zethiann, your voice, your creativity, your spark this year, you've inspired countless adventurers, creating unforgettable moments and shaped the world of Black Desert in ways only you could. We can't wait to see where your passion leads in 2026. Right? Then there's a bunch of messages and stuff written from the team there. I love that. I fucking love that. It's, to me, this is way better than all of the stuff they sent me. I like the stuff they sent me. You keep sending me stuff. I'm not saying don't send me stuff. But this, I would be more upset if this stopped than if that stopped. I need another fucking shelf. I'm like, this shelf is getting fucking cluttered with shit. Wait, you got so many viewers. You're way bigger than Rolask. Why is it like every single message you type, literally every message you type, you make sure you include his name? You need to tone it down a bit. You're looking real clankerish. We got a no clanker policy in here. You're walking a thin line now, fella. Racist. How does that work out? We are loyal to you. We're not falling for that. Well, I'm not worried about that. You guys, I actually encourage you guys to follow and watch other people too, right? I'm not always online. And it's far more flattering to me that you guys choose to come here as opposed to me trying to hold on to you and make sure you don't go anywhere else, right? Right? Like, what's the saying go? If you love something, let it go. If it returns, it's yours to keep. If it doesn't, it never was, or some bullshit, right? I don't get worried or upset about the people who aren't here. I appreciate the people who are, because you guys are making a conscious choice to come hang out with me when there's so many other things you could be doing online. You would get more viewers if you did a hot tub stream? Now you say that, but I think once you saw the hot tub stream, you'd be like, oh, never mind. Shit. Stop that. Cut it out right now. Tempting me to make a Sage? You should. Sage is a lot of fun. I love Sage. Never know how many people would like that. I know one person who wouldn't, and it's my wife. Last thing I need is some clip on the internet of me in a tiny pair of shorts trying to climb in or out of a hot tub, slipping and ending up heels in the air. I don't need that on the internet. Kate. And I don't take the temperature orally. 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 I don't take the You guys crack me up. You know what I've never received, though? Is a card from Enlave or the EU team. All they do is take. They come in here every Thursday, licking their lips, salivating over my clicks and my anger, and then they're out of here. I think it's time. I think it's time I ban them. I'm excited to go for sushi tonight, though. Have a little siege tonight. Maybe, probably not. Huge gains again today, every day. Huge gains. Huge poop every day? No, that's a huge loss. I step on the scale afterwards and I'm like, damn, I just lost some weight. 5090 is a beast? It really is. It really is a beast. I did not expect it to be as large of an upgrade as it was, but I mean, I don't know why I didn't. It has twice as many CUDA cores, higher clock speed, more VRAM, double the VRAM, as well as a faster memory bus, right? Because I think the 5080 is like 300 something, where the 5090 is 512. Zotac. My first time ever buying a Zotac product. I've always had this, for some reason, I don't know why, but I've always had this impression that Zotac was like the budget brand. I considered like EVGA was always my go-to when they existed and they were doing partner cards. But I always considered like EVGA, MSI, ASUS to be like the premium cards. And then everything else was kind of like the budget brand, right? PNY, ASRock. Do they make cards? I know they make motherboards. Maybe they don't make cards. Anyways, I always considered Zotac as part of like the budget brand. And like they've been around for a very, very long time now. And when I saw this available, I was like, at first I had that initial impression like, oh, do I really want to settle for the budget? But then I was thinking for a second, I'm like, wait a minute. I've seen this brand around now for at least a fucking decade, it feels like. And I've never heard anybody complain about it. So I was like, you know what? I did a little Google search. I asked some other people that I know that are, you know, always in the space, keeping up with shit. And they're like, yeah, never heard anything about it. People say it's good. So I said, fuck it. You know what? I mean, if they were a budget brand and they were cutting corners, there'd be complaints and shit already out there. So I decided to pull the trigger. I don't know why I had that impression it was a budget brand, but you know, maybe because of that mentality, it forces them to have to undercut a bit, right? Price-wise, the main brands, because people just overlook them so easily. But yeah, this card is killing it. I'm just trying to consider what to do with my 5080. I'd like to resell it.
When I take Greenland, I will appoint Atsu as ambassador. I have seen him in the snow.
Yeah. I can't get the same frames at Lava Frogs. You think I have it's a CPU difference? Do you have a 5090 as well? Are you using an affinity mask? Well, you don't have to use Icon to have an Infinity Mask, but Icon to use an Infinity Mask, but Icon makes it super easy, right? Even if you don't have a subscription, if you do have a subscription, then you can have it set up so as long as you have Icon running when you launch BDO, it'll automatically launch it with an Affinity. But even if you don't have an Icon subscription, there is under the... Oh, there's an update. It's not letting me look. 1 second. You have a 9900X3D. What's a 9900X3D? I know they just added a 9850. You sure you didn't mean like 9800X3D? I don't know, maybe they do have one. Anyways, if you click the More tab and click Game Tools, even though you might need a account for the CPU set status and the CPU set override, you can still create a Black Desert batch file that'll set it with an Affinity Mask, even with a free subscription. And you do that, put it in the Black Desert directory, then make a shortcut on your desktop that links to that. You can even make it use the icon for it, so it doesn't look like some, you know, random icon sitting on your desktop. But that will have a pretty big impact on your FPS, because it'll make sure that the resources, your CPU resources that BDO are using, because it's only going to be able to use a limited amount of cores, right? There's a lot of stuff when it comes to computation can't be run in parallel with each other. So, like, people who think that games should be able to run all your cores simultaneously at all times, they obviously don't understand how it works, right? Like, so, for example, when it comes to shadows, first your CPU has to calculate where the light source is, how strong the light source is, and where the rays of light are going. Once it does that, then it has to figure out, okay, what's in the way of those that light source, so we can figure out where to put the shadow, right? And these things have to happen in steps. They can't be done in parallel. It can't be figuring out where the shadow needs to be before it even knows where the light source is. So while it's doing that, right, it's assigning these little tasks to different cores on your processor. And sometimes, right, it might send that to like an efficiency core, right? Or one of the less powerful cores. Because a lot of processors these days will have more powerful, like your primary cores, and less powerful, more resource efficient. Well, in the case of Intel, they're called efficiency cores, right? And it'll just randomly send it to these cores. What an affinity mask will do is it'll make sure that BDO or whatever you set it to is you can set it so it will only use your most powerful cores. So when it is being handed these tasks, you don't have a
faster core waiting for a slower core to finish a task, right? It'll just always be your faster cores. And it can have a pretty significant impact on your FPS, because then your GPU isn't sitting around waiting for your CPU to hand it tasks, right? So, I mean, if you have a 9900 X3D, if that does in fact exist, that should be very, very similar in strength to my CPU.
If you're running an affinity mask, if you have a 5090, then the only thing I could say is you must have some other nonsense on your PC that's hogging resources. Telemetry, shut up. What resolution? True. Are you playing at 4K? Because I'm only playing at 2K. Good point, in life. So if you're trying to run at 4K, obviously your FPS is going to be lower. You're also at 2K? Okay. I'm on medium settings right now, too, not remastered. Are you playing on remastered? I'm at high textures, medium settings. Because I prefer my FPS to be, you know, around my monitor's refresh rate. I always put preference on that over visual quality. You just have it on high? Yeah. That shouldn't be that big of an impact. The difference between medium and high is pretty small. You see yourself playing BDO in your 50s? If it's still good, why not? If there's something new and better out, then probably not. Really depends on the market and how the game continues to progress. As much as you guys hear me complain recently, I still love the game. I still love it. $2036 retirement homes are gonna be LAN parties. That'd be sick. I tell you guys what, if the stream ever gets so popular that I'm flush with cash, When I'm old and I'm retired, I'm going to open a retirement home, and all my favorite viewers who are also in a retirement home, we're all going to be just in there together. We'll have a bunch of nurses wiping our asses and bringing us our pills and making us food, and we could just sit there playing BDO and sieging all day. Or sieging every weekend.
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
You want me to immigrate to Canada? No, we'll probably have to set it up somewhere else. I won't be that rich. We'll probably have to go to like Thailand or something and set it up there. Greenland. Yeah, maybe. For the low cost of living. What are you thinking, John? Or better yet, I wonder what the cost of living is in South Korea. Maybe we go there. Then every time Perlbis does a change we don't like, we can hop on our walkers and our wheelchairs and our canes and walk our way over to their office and start banging on their door. They'll just uninstall the ramp. Oh, shit. It'll be like a drawbridge, right? They'll just pull the ramp back into the door, and we'll be just sitting there on the sidewalk like, oh, fuck. Yo, what's up, Meowdy? Marilink. By the way, W change Enlave. The new Krogdalo stable. Being able to put Voltarian in there. Big fat W. Nice thing is now I can actually pull this horse and buff up now. And enjoy the triple buff. You know what? You know what they should have done though, Enlave? I don't know if you're still here, but I'm gonna say it anyways. They should have kept it at a limit of 3 slots, but then added like a treasure item you could grind up that adds another slot, and you could like grind up multiple extra slots instead of just getting it for free. Like, we need more chase stuff in the game that occupies people's time. I actually would have been more excited about the change if it had something like that, where it comes with the default 3, but you could add 2 more slots to it by some type of treasure item, some chase item. I feel like every time you guys don't do stuff like that, it's just a missed opportunity to create stuff for people to do. Whatever, I'm gonna be an impatient bitch. I think I'm gonna stop making those things. I should finish upgrading my life skill crystals. to the full XP ones. You know, the ones that go in the Dawn slots? Yeah, I don't know the specific hex code you need to use for that processor. Like I said, Icon is, if you type ! Icon, is a really nice piece of software. And even with the free version, like I said, if you go and you expand to Game Tools and you look there, it'll automatically detect what processor you're using and make the batch file for you with the proper code. Definitely a lot easier. Yeah, type in ! Sage Guide. It's a link to Archives Guide. Yeah. I think people would like that Enlave. It's fun having things to work on. Add a little bit of like purpose to the grind for the people who like it's perfect. Obviously it's perfect for something like me. For someone like me. Because it gives me something to work on while I'm waiting for other shit, right? And the nice thing about it is things like that too. Obviously there's, you know, you've heard me complain that I want more progression stuff to work on, but then you have a lot of people who complain, well, I'm not even done with the progression, so why should they add more progression just for you? But at least like treasure or chase items like that, you know, people don't get bent out of shape about it. Yeah, I always assume that when there's a delay in the pause that it might be something like that too. Wait a minute, are you working right now? Are you working? Oh no, it's Saturday. Never mind, you off. This is normal lave. God damn it. Okay guys, cut it out. I forgot it's Saturday. Enlave is off. And now we're bombarding him with work and he's like, for fuck's sakes, I'm just trying to chill. I'm surprised you don't have a secondary Twitch account. You probably do, actually. I was going to say, I'm surprised you don't have a secondary Twitch account for when you just want to chill and not be bombarded with suggestions. I know I would. You'd still bombard me? Well, only if you knew it was me, right? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you gotta be real careful what you say, right? So if you were to be figured out, right? If somebody were to be like, "Oh, wait a minute, that's Enlave. That's his real account." What happens in a situation like that? Do you automatically have to drop guild, change your name, and try to just become completely, like, basically start over and try to be a new person? Probably, right? Worst case, bye-bye account. God damn. He wears a toupee in guild. And he has those glasses with the mustache and the nose. Nobody will know it's him. Fun fact, long time ago, and I never knew while he was in the guild, but in Relevant, a guild I was in back in the day, holy fuck, why can't I remember his name? But he was in the guild with me, and I had no idea. I don't even know if he was an employee at the time, though. I can't remember. Lemuria! That's who it is. I was in a guild with Lemuria for a while. But I can't remember if he was an employee at the time. I didn't find out until way after that. Oh yeah, Lemuria was in guild with us. Somebody told me, and I was like, oh shit, wait a fucking minute. Do you still use the BDO companion app? No, I don't use it. I used it for like a couple days because I was kind of interested in it, but it didn't really seem to serve any purpose. I can track my loot. I can dedicate a storage to tracking my loot and track it with 100% accuracy, and I don't need an app running on my PC to do it. So... honestly, too, with what Choice recently suggested he might do with his app, really makes me never want to use it, and I definitely will not promote it if that ends up becoming true. Choice said just a few days ago that he was considering with his app embedding his Kick stream into it to increase his Kick views and generate revenue that way. And embedding is a huge no-no in streaming. To me, that's I don't even understand why he would say that out loud. That was crazy to me. Yeah, embedding streams to artificially increase your numbers on a platform is a huge no-no from multiple standpoints. For one, you're defrauding the people who are paying you, because then they're not real views. Two, you know, you're negatively affecting everybody else in that category by artificially increasing your numbers and burying them. And Choice knows this because he was actively against embedding on Twitch. Right? When, what was his name? Awake? Was embedded on, like, the BDO. There was some BDO website that people would access for information. And when Garmoth had a Twitch stream and they were embedded on their own Garmoth website, you know, Choice was actively against that. So... he knows morally it's wrong. The fact that he would say out loud that he's considering doing it with his app and Kick was just insane to me. Because he can't even have plausible deniability like Slushy did. At least Slushy had plausible deniability, right? Like, he like, not plausible deniability and, like, whether or not he was doing it or not. Like, he admitted to doing it, but he just didn't understand how it was bad. And as soon as it was explained to him, he's like, oh yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that how, you know... he didn't really take the time to think about how it negatively affected people, right? And then as soon as he had that conversation, he's like, oh shit, yeah, I'll take that down, right? And, you know, that happens. So, definitely not something to hold against Slushy. People make mistakes, but, like, Choice, he's advocated against embedding multiple times in the past. So, to hear him actually suggest that he's considering embedding his Kick stream on his app, I mean, obviously, it's not happened yet, but that'll be a huge fall from grace if he does that. Might have been a joke? No, it definitely was not. The whole conversation was not said in jest. You can tell when Choice is joking. We actually had a supposed Hick staff in my chat, and when I brought up embedding, some people in chat were like, "Oh yeah, Kick doesn't care if people embed," and this person piped up and they basically said, I'm paraphrasing, that it's not that they don't care about embedding, but they have a way that once they know people are embedding, to make sure that those views don't count towards revenue. So, believe me, if Choice does embed on Kick, I will be letting them know, because that is, to me, that's despicable behavior. And I'll let them know, and then, they'll just figure out, they'll do whatever it is they need to do to make sure that the views that are generated through the embed aren't able to be monetized. Yeah. It's a manual process with embedding, right? So if you're a smaller creator and you're embedded on a smaller website, it's not really going to get any traction. But once they know that you are embedded, especially on a larger website, if you're a larger creator and you're on a larger website, there's going to be giant red flags like, where are all these views coming from? This doesn't make sense, right? And then Twitch can actually go through, and I guess it has something to do with the domain or the way the traffic comes in. They can flag it for that stream and that domain to not count those views. But it's not an automatic process, it's a manual process. So yeah, smaller people with smaller embeds are going to get away with it. But as your stream gets bigger, it becomes harder to hide. Right now, and I think Kick is changing it too soon. Right now, Kick doesn't generate like any revenue directly. Like, they have no ads on their platform. They actually just pay content creators straight from views. But I feel like they're doing that right now because it's like, Stake is obviously a very big company, right? It's a gambling company. They have deep pockets, and they're trying to build up their platform. So I think they feel like from a building standpoint, they can justify the expenditures without the revenue. But as time goes on and Kick continues to grow as a platform, I said this a while ago that there's no way that this is sustainable if they continue growing. They can't be continuously paying people more and more money without generating any revenue. And I heard recently that they're actually planning on starting doing advertising on Kick. So it'll be interesting, if that is true, how that'll work. Yeah, exactly. And shitification. I was gonna Google that word, but I feel like that word's made up. But I like it. I get what you're saying. It makes me wonder, maybe it is a real word. It sounds like a made up word, but I get it. I like it already. You've finally begun to move into the light. Why Awakened Sage? Awakened Sage turns people off very quick when they realize the... Not saying Sage is weak, but people get very, very quickly turned off by the stamina limitations. Any class that you're fighting on a timer, yeah. You've always struck me as somebody who really enjoys being tanky, too, at Le Fonda. And you cannot be tanky on Sage without becoming useless. Yeah, but even Glass Corsair is way tankier than like a moderately built tanky Sage. Percentage damage reduction goes crazy, and Corsair has higher base stats on top. Thing about Sage is, like some other classes, when you know the grab is down and you're a relatively tanky class, you can sit really comfortably in these essays because all you're worried about is the grab, right? You're not really worried about the chip as much. But with Sage, you're very worried about the chip. You sit in a dimensional compression too long. There's some classes that'll just eat up 80% of your health bar if you hop in the rift at the wrong time. Rift storm, sorry. You know, you get a dead eye swoop around to your back and hit you with a couple of abilities, and you see 70% of your health disappear. Now you're low stam and low health. It's fun though. It feels satisfying, right? So I'm trying to learn Awakened Mystic. Now that's a class. I feel like that would be the class for you, Lefonda. Tanky, super impactful. Shit, maybe I should be an Awakened Mystic. I miss the days of being tanky. Back when I played Warrior and Guardian, man, I miss being tanky. Did I get buffed or something? Oh, quite a while ago, yeah. Mystic's been a pretty strong class for a while now. It's a really good grinder. It's really strong in 1v1. It's really strong in AOS. It's really strong in Guild League. And even in Siege, right? You just go rock mode, and the vacuums are super impactful. It's just all around a very impactful class in almost any environment right now. Awakening Mystic. Oh, yeah. Suck Sage is a strong... That's the nice thing about Sage is if you're willing to play both specs, Suck Sage is still a very good class. Do your grind on Awakening Sage, do your 1v1 and like AOS on Awakening Sage. I honestly think Suck Sage could do decent in AOS, to be completely honest. One of the biggest issues for Suck Sage was how many Zerkers there were and how easy it was for them to grab you. But it's a lot harder to land grabs now, and there's a lot of people playing Zerker. A lot less people playing Zerker. Although, maybe not with Savior. I mean, I feel like Seraph, I think that grab will eat up Suck Sages. So maybe not. Maybe it's cooked. Damn, I almost talked myself into playing Awakened Mystic there. Shit. It sounds kind of sick. Crazy thing is, when it comes to gauntlets, both Mystic and Striker, on Awakening Sage, I could go like 4 Hooms, Rigid, Hate, and run like 2 evasion or 2 DR crystals, DR artifacts with or evasion artifacts, DR or evasion light stones. And I'm still like, I have to put on all of that to be just as tanky as like a full glass Mystic or Striker. But I give up just an absurd amount of damage. It's crazy how tanky gauntlets are. Yeah, no, I believe that, Enlave. Especially, too, what's even worse, I don't know if this is an issue for Mystic, but I know Divios complains about this all the time. But, like, even your gauntlets, like his Arsha weapon skin, you can't even see it half the time. Because, like, there's something, like, with just the way the hands are or something, I don't know. That, like, you just never get to see your weapon skins. Your gloves, I guess. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Some costumes just remove the whole skin. Does it do that for Mystic as well? And it's probably the same thing with Suckzerks, right? They probably feel the exact same way about outfits. They spend like 99% of the time in beast form and never get to see the outfit they're wearing. I've always wondered, Enlave, why Pearl Abyss hasn't decided to make main hand weapon, main hand Arsha skins. All the big weapons? Yeah. The big weapons are typically the best because there's more real estate for detail. I've always thought, like, Arsha skins and even this Solaire outfit, it should be limited to the class you earn it on. If you play a tournament and you want to earn, like, let's say there was a main hand and an Awakened skin. If you win on Awakening, then you only get the Awakened box, right? Arsha Awakened box. Striker, like, let's use Striker as an example, right? If you win a tournament as an Awakened Striker, you get a Arsha Awakened Striker box. So you only get that weapon. You can't open it on another class. You can't open it for your other hand. Same thing if they added main hands, right? So if you want to collect, like, both skins, then you'd have to win a tournament on both your Awakened and, like, your Suck spec. And you wouldn't be able to transfer it to other classes. Same thing with the AOS skin. I feel like when you earn an AOS skin, you should only be able to open it on the class you earned it on. So if you get top 100 on Sage, you get a Sage Arena of Solaire box. Because it kind of diminishes the value of the AOS skin if people could just abuse a class that's stronger to try to get it on other classes. Title 2, yeah. The title is not as big of a deal because it's temporary anyways. Right, as soon as the next season ends, you lose it. But I'm indifferent. I don't think they can do character-specific titles, so I think that would be something difficult for them to code, right? And something that would be, a lot less likely for them to do. Because we don't have any class or character-specific titles in the game. All the titles are family-based. So adding, like, a whole new classification for that would, I think it would be more effort than we could convince PA to take. I feel like them giving those greatest titles to the people who went to that TwitchCon thing just for participating was a silly mistake, especially with it being one of the coolest titles in the game. Like, that's something, in my opinion, that should have been reserved. It should have been a AOS thing that the number one of every class, on top of getting a statue in the BA, also gets that title. And if they want to keep the title, they have to earn it back to back, right? As soon as the next AOS season starts or ends, they lose the title, and if they won again, then they get to keep it, but otherwise then the new person gets it. And then that determines who was the best of that class. That would have been such a larger incentive for people to want to push AOS. The greatest title. So there's the greatest Musa, the greatest Sage, the greatest Warrior, etc., etc. It's a title that has a red glow around it, red lightning. Super cool title that I think was only given away once. And it was... How it worked was the person who got the highest rating... I think it was the top 2 highest rated people for like Season 2 or something like that, or Season 1, got to pick a team that went to TwitchCon. And everybody who went to TwitchCon got the title. So, yeah, in the case of the people who got like number 1 and number 2 for their region, they obviously earned the title. But they could have picked anybody. Like Divios could have picked Norelio to come along, and then Norelio would have got the title, regardless of whether they won or not at TwitchCon, right? I just feel like a title like that would have been so much cooler if it was tied to AOS and it was temporary. I don't have an issue with temporary titles. Host it in EU. That would be cool. What's your elk stone? Shut up, Potato. I know you know what my stone is. Don't you start with me. Why specifically EU for you, LaFondo? Now, I think the next time they should run it in EU because there was a lot of cope. People were like, oh, because they ran it in NA, there wasn't enough time for blah, 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 blah. And, you know, when EU lost, you know, they had their excuses. So it would be, and who knows, maybe they were justified excuses. But at least if they did the next one in EU, then there wouldn't be that excuse. And it would be kind of interesting to see if the excuses went in the other direction, right? Just split it half and half, no excuses. Why would... As long as you have... you don't need to split it half and half. That would be ridiculous. Right? We're not talking about people playing from home. We're talking about people flying out. Like at the TwitchCon thing, right? The EU players had to fly out to NA. I mean, once they're all in the same area, then it doesn't matter. They're all playing with the same ping, right? But the primary complaint was accessibility. Right? And a lack of notice. We actually did a GMCM ran AOS tourneys that had those titles for limited time, but not many people were signed up for it. I don't remember that. Did you guys... I feel... Man, why don't I remember? How long ago was that, Enlave? Trying to figure out the limits of my memory, because I feel like I would have heard about that. Send them to the PA offices in Korea. Well, this is what I hope that they would do. I think this would be super hype. Is if they ever do another Best in Guild tournament, the guild that wins on every region should be flown out to Korea, and then every region's best guild can fight against each other to find out who's the strongest global guild. Oh my god, that'd be so fucking hype. Holy shit, I can't even imagine the number of views that shit would get. That's what I want to see. Even if it was only a one-time thing ever, obviously they wouldn't do something like that annually, because it would be expensive, right? Flying out everybody and putting them up in a hotel for a couple days. 100% it'll be KR? Not a chance. Are you kidding me? Not a chance. Yeah, I honestly don't think KR would be top 5. It's whatever team has Divios on it. Hey, if they run it anytime soon, Divios can't participate. If they run a best in guild anytime before July, Divios can't participate because now he's been a bad dragon.
I am cheating. I am a hacker.
No Divios, no audience. What do we do to bad dragons? That's a good question. What do you do to a bad dragon? That would be a shame, though. Could you imagine if they did just decide to do something like that and Divios couldn't go? That would be kind of heartbreaking for NA, because Divios is already considered to be globally the best player. He has the most accolades under his belt. So it would be a shame if he would be unable to go and participate. Divios, Armin, and Kalb would be happy with any of them? Yeah. They would have to cook up a comp. That would feel targeted? What would feel targeted? After a sus ban in the first place? I don't think it was a sus ban. I mean, if he only did it a couple times, then yes, but, I mean, he did it 20 times. At that point, kind of justified. Yeah. I think if anything, it shows that streamers don't get special treatment, right? Partners aren't getting special treatment. That even if you, like, and yeah, it wasn't a big deal, but it still was an abuse of the game, right? So I think it would have been far more telling if he didn't get punished. Because then if that came out that he did that and there was no punishment, then the community would be like, what the fuck? Why are partners getting special treatment? Why are people getting special treatment? That would have been far more of an issue. No. I disagree with that. Mistakes are going to happen. And if you just say, oh, well, if the company messes up, then it's the company's fault and there should be no repercussions on the players, then it creates this environment of abuse fast, abuse often. And we don't want that. Because all it takes is one mistake to completely destroy the whole economy if it's bad enough. And Perlibis doesn't correct it. That would be like saying, well, if a business leaves their door unlocked at night and somebody goes in and steals stuff, then it shouldn't be on the criminal, it should be on the shop owner because they didn't lock their door. Exploit early, exploit fast, yeah. And it's not a good mentality for games. It's really bad for games. Because then it also becomes a situation where, you know, people try their best to keep it quiet, because then they could do it for as long as possible, too. Think about if Perlibus had that mentality when there was that node war bug. There was some node war bug where a guild was able to have like trillions of silver. I can't remember how it was done, but they ended up having to remove all the silver. Imagine if PA had that mentality back at that time, if a guild just all of a sudden got that much silver handed to them. It isn't even about exploits, ban all furries. Well, Devios isn't a furry, he's a scaly. Furries are for animals that have fur. Dragons have scales. Get it right. Although those eyebrows look kind of furry. Maybe he's a combo. Learning that is my 13th reason. Oh, shit. Due to the exploits of a few guilds, we decided to raise the Kron price. Yeah, right? If all of a sudden, like, a ton of silver is generated into the economy by some exploit and Perlibus doesn't correct,
It's just gonna force situations like that to happen more often, right? Because they gotta worry about the integrity of the game. And now all of a sudden they have to increase Kron prices across the board. And that negatively affects everybody who didn't abuse it in a massive way, right? So it's important. I think Perlibus does a pretty good job. I think the cow did an awful job back in the day.
but I think Perlibus, I think they do a pretty good job. They've also created a very secure system in terms of RMT. They've outdone themselves. There's so many games where RMT is just being able to buy gold because of direct player trading. The registration queue, any high ticket items go here first, so there's ample notice for people to go and put a bid on something. So you can't try to quickly, like back in the day, for example, when a Pen Black Star got listed, back when Pen Black Stars were rare, because there's so many different Pen Black Stars, right? Let me get rid out of this search. Because there's so many different Black Stars, it's impossible to have an order on every single Pen Black Star. So what people would do is they'd be like, pay me $100 and I'll sell you your Pen Black Star. Or it wouldn't have to be yours, it could be anyone that doesn't have an order on it. And then they would quickly sell it, exchange the $100, and then the person could use a weapon exchange coupon to change it to the one they wanted, right? Now, Perlibus added this registration queue, so when any high-ticket items or high-desire items go to the market, they go here first. There's ample notice, so people can get their orders up. So this way, you don't have a guaranteed method to pass it over.
We didn't have fancy graphics or on.
Shut up, bitch!
You don't have a way to guarantee to pass it to a person, and there's ample notice for other people to get it. And on top of that, right, if you take a look at an item, for example, like let's see if we can find an item that's a good example. Here we go. Okay, so there's somebody with an order up at 164 billion silver. If somebody decides to sell an order to this, somebody can't last second try to snipe it by quickly putting an order here. As soon as there's an item being listed for that amount, anybody who tries to list tried to place an order has to place it at that amount, and it becomes an equal opportunity amongst everybody. You can't just quickly snipe it, right? So, like, they've done a really good job at tightening up this system to make RMT very, very difficult. Now, Ettins, fucking change your name so it's easier to say, for fuck's sakes. Anyways, because they've tightened this system so much, the primary way of buying currency now, instead of it being directly buying stuff from people, the only workaround now is to pay people to log on your account, which is a significantly more risky thing to do, and people are far less likely to do, right? As long as it's being actively punished. Back in the day with Cacao, they did not actively punish it. As blatant as it would be, they would still ignore it. Until the end. Near the end, Cacao started doing well, but for like the first few years, they completely ignored it. You would have people legit speed hacking on stream. There would be a CM or a GM in the chat, and you could sit there and watch the person for hours. And it's like the GM's hands were tied. They couldn't do anything about it. It was crazy. But yeah, the unfortunately, you know, people are always going to try to find workarounds. As you make systems more and more secure, people are going to actively try to find ways around it, right? And because you can't directly RMT easily with people, piloting becomes one of the next best options, right? But now, unlike when you just try to buy gold from a gold seller, right? You're not allowing some foreign entity to have access to your account, which comes with its own risks, right? And is also easier to trace. Now, there's also more workarounds to that, right? Using VPNs and even having somebody remote into your PC so it looks like it's still logging in from the same location. And these things are always going to be like an arms race where you're trying to improve detection methods and they're trying to avoid detection methods, and they're always trying to get a one-up on each other, and it just keeps going back and forth. It's always going to be a problem. But, I mean, there's no doubt that Pearl Abyss does a better job than like games like Lost Ark, for example. How many bots are running around in Lost Ark? Some people claim that like 3/4 of that game's population happens to be bots. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't play that game. But I hear people constantly say that botting in games like that is really bad because you have that direct player trading. If they ever added direct player trading in BDO, I can't even imagine how many bots there would be in grind spots. What's this, Suna? Defend that? I am not defending that. Them doing any type of chat bans for anything other than calls to action, calls to violence, or bigotry, they should have a copy pasta. Like, obviously, if somebody's saying some racist shit or saying anything like they're going to go do something IRL, they should be banned. Not even just from chat, but I would argue from the game pretty quickly. You should get one fucking warning when it comes to shit like that. But when it comes to just saying, ha ha ha, you're trash, fuck you, stuff like that, Pearl Abyss should have a copy pasta that says, we're sorry that your experience has been affected negatively. Here are some things you can do to avoid these situations in the future. And then it has step-by-step instructions on how to block people, right? Like, look at this fucking loser. Look at this fucking loser right here. I love BDO. Step-by-step instructions, chat. Click his name, click block. Do you want to block him? Yes. Fuck that loser. Get him out of here. But punishing people for saying, I don't know if that screenshot's true or not, but if we assume that it is, you should not be chat banning people for doing that. You should be instructing people on how to use the block feature. Because what's the point of having the block feature then? And you know what the consequence is of Pearl Abyss taking action on shit like that? Is the system becomes weaponized and creates more work for the GM team. Because now people want to do it to get a laugh out of people. They're like, oh, for fuck's sakes, I don't like what Ark said to me, so I'm going to report him. And I'm going to see if I could get him chat banned. It then becomes a weaponized system, and now the CM and GM team have to filter through all this nonsense of people just being shitheads trying to abuse the system. I don't know, maybe they want that extra work. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe when they report to head office, and the head office is saying, okay, so how many tickets did the GM team handle today? Then the GM team could say, oh, we handled 10,000, but 9,000 of them were chat bans. But maybe they don't need to disclose that to head office. Maybe they use that to justify having more people, more hands on deck. I don't know. It seems silly to be chat banning people, though, for saying ha 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 or calling people trash when there's a perfectly functioning block feature in game. So yeah, Suna, you will not catch me defending that shit. And the first couple times I've seen tickets like that, I took them with a grain of salt. I was like, I don't know about this. This sounds kind of ridiculous. This is probably just a fake screenshot. But, you know, we've been seeing, I've seen so many now that, you know, it seems plausible. If I were in charge, if there was any type of racist or bigoted comments, it would start with a 7-day, a 30-day, a 90-day, and then a permanent ban. If you made any calls to violence, you would get one warning. Or if you made even more ridiculous threat. I don't even want to say one because I don't want it to be clipped out of context. But if you made threats that you were going to go do some heinous activity, that would be an immediate permanent ban and you'd be reported to your local authorities. Yeah, outside of game, yes. If you made some heinous threat that you were going to do some activity outside of game, immediate permanent ban, reported to your local authorities. And then outside of those two things, if it's just spam or people shit talking, I would just have a copy pasta that says, we're sorry your feelings have been hurt. Here's step-by-step instructions on how to block people in game so you don't have to deal with them anymore. And that's it. That would be 99% of the tickets. 99.9% of the tickets. Okay. I need to unblock my boo. I miss him already. The thing is, you're never going to get people to stop talking about politics. There should be a politics channel at this point that people can turn on or turn off. And people have to talk politics in there. I think I speak for most of us. When we're sitting down on BDO, we're trying to get away from all that fucking nonsense. All the tribalism of IRL politics right now. Like, we're not trying to sit here and extend that shit into our video game. You have this one player who keeps whispering to you, I hope you die IRL. Every day I submitted a ticket for days, but PA never did do anything. In the end, I just blocked the player, moved on. PA keeps saying we will look at the situation. What region are you on? Maybe there's inconsistency across the board. Maybe it's just NA that's like super. I'm surprised it took you so long to actually block him though. Because, yeah, something like that. I don't know. There's definitely a difference. Saying I hope something happens to you versus I'm going to do something to you is completely different magnitude. Right? I hope you bald IRL. Yeah, that's a report. Let's look at this fucking loser. Let's see. Inflating social, false information, political, other. Reason for reporting chat. I just don't like this guy. Report. Get him out of here! Thanks a lot, I'm banned. For those of you who didn't notice, I clicked cancel. I didn't actually report. I need to make lunch. By the way, where's Dragor been? I hate the fact that every time I go to make lunch, I think of fucking Dragor now. That fucking dumb bitch just planted that seed in my head. I'm gonna go make some food, though. I'm hungry. Maybe I'll make some grilled cheese for lunch. Sounds kind of nice. I got some nice sourdough bread. Maybe I'll make a grilled cheese sandwich and some tomato soup. Thinking of Dragor because he's planting the seeds in you? Huh, maybe I should have... maybe I should have phrased that differently. Uh-oh. We're at 1,000 rounds. I'm going to wait till I get 1,000 dice, and we're going to let that shit rip, chat. Oh my god. There he fucking is. Where were you yesterday, Dragor? Where were you? You missed your shift. We're trying to run a fucking gig here, and you're not showing up. You're just leaving me standing here on the microphone solo. What the fuck? Look, I'm sick? Yeah, well, I'm sick of your shit, so it looks like we're both sick. Okay, I'm gonna go make some food. I'll be back. Oop, wrong one. Sourdough is the best grilled cheese bread. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. I'll have to go see what the kids want. I don't think we have a lot of options right now. I need to hit the grocery store, so it might be like grilled cheese or mac and cheese. She's got... almost looks like she shit her pants. Yeah. I need to repair that armor. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to unequip these crystals just in case some heinous activities begin while I'm AFK. Actually, let's see what my XP's at. Ba-boom! Oh, halfway to 65!
chap. I've seen thousands of names scroll by over the years, but let's be real. Dragor isn't just a chatter, he's the chatter. Absolute legend. If Twitch had a best-in-slot slot for chatters, Dragor would be Deck.
I'm back, chat. Instead of a grilled cheese, I decided to make myself a little burger. Little burger. Made the kids some chicken fingers, and then I also took. So I made chicken quesadillas last night, and I pulled out a package of chicken breasts, and there's 4 breasts in there. I didn't need that much, so I ended up saving 2 of the breasts. And while I was up there making lunch, I cut them in half, and then stretch out my back, and then I got a nice little seasoning on them. So I'm gonna put them in the air fryer to later tonight if I'm hungry, and make nice little chicken sandwiches, fried chicken sandwiches later. And yes, I'm eating now and planning my next meal already, Dragor. Shut up. I don't care. You have a Blackstone grill? Kind of jealous. Those things are sick. Did you properly season it, or did it come seasoned? Yeah, it's a process, but it's worth it. But it's a fucking process. What'd you make on it? Breakfast? Like some eggs and some hash browns, and oh my god, there's so much you can cook on that thing. How big is it too? You got a big one? I don't know if they're all just one size or if there's smaller ones, but the nice thing about something like that, you could cook for a fucking whole family. You could cook for 2 families. It's so big, so much cooking real estate. The closest thing I have upstairs is a little electric griddle you plug into the wall, which is super sweet, but still nothing like a Blackstone. Yeah, 28 inches perfect for you. Why am I not surprised, Gregor? Why am I not surprised? What is this, John? Oh God, why do I keep clicking this shit you guys link? Yeah. Have you watched all those shows I chimed off the other day? Like Yellowstone, Mayor of Kingstown, Landman, Tulsa King. It's all that one guy, and I fucking love it. Tyler Sheldon Tyler, some shit like that. I feel like if you like any of those series, you'll like all of them. Yep, Alchemy Stone Rebrick's coming out next week. So, by approximately New Year's of 2027, people will be pitying their first Alchemy Stone. I can't remember his name. I can never remember it. Taylor Sheridan, my bad. I was fucking close. Okay? Well, now that it's at Global Lab, unless they make some type of statement in the next couple days, the probability of it hitting us on Thursday is extremely high. Until they make an announcement stating otherwise. The bro's wife? Oh, the woman who... Fuck, I don't want to do any spoilers, but... I mean, I guess it's not much of a spoiler, where her husband dies and he kind of moves in. Or are you talking about... Oh, Tommy's wife. I think she's... I don't think there's really much to be about her. She's just kind of a supportive character, and she's clearly there to drive her husband nuts. Oh, yeah. It's just sex and shopping and being extremely emotional. But she's definitely a supportive character, trying to kind of show, I guess, what he's dealing with. How we parkoured from 10 bill to 700 bill is a mystery? Yeah. It's because people are afraid of long-term goals. I was trying to explain this yesterday, Divios, right? Like, people being upset at having to grind, and it's not even like they have to do it, it's an optional thing. But people being upset with the 10 billion grind and thinking that that shouldn't be added to the game, I think is misdirected frustration. The reason why I don't care about a 10 trillion grind is because I enjoy the ways there are to make money in the game. I enjoy grinding. I'm one of those weird people. I enjoy sitting here for 6 hours grinding and talking with you guys. I don't expect you guys to enjoy that. I feel like if this game had more ways to generate silver, like if you could generate decent silver PvPing, if life skills, like if there's a whole bunch of life skills that have fallen so far behind, if there was things that you enjoyed doing, then you wouldn't mind a 10 trillion grind either. And I think that's what people should be frustrated about. That it feels like they're forced to do things that they don't want to do to generate money. And that's why when they see a grind like the original Elkstone announcement being 10 trillion, they fucking lost their minds, right? But if they had things that they enjoyed, because there's people out there who love gathering, and if they could only gather and provide materials to the market, they would do just that. There's some people, if they could just sit there and cook nonstop, and they could buy market like everything from the market they need to cook, they would love that, and they would do that nonstop. If there was some people out there who, if all they did was PvP and they could generate good money doing that all day long, they would just do that. And then, the destination doesn't matter if you enjoy the journey, right? It doesn't matter how far the destination is if you're enjoying the journey. So I feel like people need to, like, their frustration and them being like, no, there shouldn't be a 10 trillion grind because these fucking people who will play the game and enjoy grinding are going to get so far ahead. It's like, no, you should just be fighting for things that you enjoy in the game too. Yeah, Frosty probably just plays a little bit while he has time here and there, but he just doesn't stream, right? Doesn't have time to fire up the stream or whatnot. The ways to make gold are forced on you? Yeah. It you need to lean into the sandbox feel. There's two things, right, that should determine how much money you make doing an activity. Right? Here we go. We're doing it again, chat. We're bringing out the pad. There's two things that should determine how much money you make. Two things. Right? Number one being in activity. And I'm not talking about the like specific activity. I'm talking about how active of an activity of it. If you have to be sitting at your PC actively doing it, then that should be the most money. If you're semi AFK, it's supposed to be an A, then that should be a little bit less money, right? And if you're full AFK, even less money, right? I guess I should use dollar signs instead of pluses. And then number two should be investment. Sorry, I had to get that sneeze out. So, if in the case of like grinding or life skilling, if you've invested 5 trill into your gear, right? You should make more money than somebody's made 4 trill. Right? And then 3 trill, etc., right? So your level of investment into that activity should increase how much you make, and your level of activity doing that should increase how much money you make. If you're fully active in the game, it doesn't matter whether it's PvP, whether it's life skilling, whether it's grinding. If you're actively doing it, it should be equally valued at this tier. And then after that, it should be your level of investment. Now, obviously, it shouldn't be a linear, right? You need to have diminishing returns. So, like, you shouldn't have, if you're only invested 2.5 trill, you shouldn't be making half of what this guy's making. Especially with life skill, that can add some complications. Where if these guys are that much more efficient, they can completely price you out of the market. So there needs to be some type of limitations and diminishing returns on it. But as you invest more into it, you should make more, right? And there should be that for every activity. So, like, people out there who think PvP, active PvP, shouldn't be rewarding, it's just goofy to me. Now, if it's capped PvP and there's no investment, it should obviously be less. And then uncapped PvP should be worth more. And and I know uncapped PvP is shit for a whole variety of reasons right now, but you should be incentivized that there's a good starting point with capped PvP where you can start generating wealth, but it is desirable to eventually move to uncapped PvP because you can make more money and you get to start using the gear that you've been investing in and continue to grow, right? So, but like, I personally enjoy grinding. So 10 trillion silver to me doesn't seem like a big deal. It's a long, lengthy goal. The stats from it are minuscule, but it's something that there will be a benefit in the long run. It's not going to make or break anybody. And I think people having an issue with having to do 10 trillion silver worth of grinding is justifiable. But that doesn't mean that they shouldn't add it. It means that Hurl Abyss needs to do a better job at creating or buffing or improving other activities that people do want to do outside of grinding. That too. It was forced over a long period of time. Now, assuming that I have bad luck every year, just think about it, you guys. These clicks are so cheap. Every year, a Shining Stone is going to be made by every player who's clicking for it. If they pity it. So it's 1 year at minimum. Or one per year minimum. Potentially more. Shining Stones are going to become pretty common. I feel like it's obviously going to take a while for this to happen, but if they don't add anything new to the Alchemy Stone slot, in a few years, in a couple years, they'll be sitting min price on the market, and it's going to be a completely inconsequential item. It's going to go from being one of the most meaningful upgrades you can get in the game to one of the most meaningless. And when I say meaningful, I don't mean meaningful in terms of like how much strength it adds to your character. I mean meaningful as in like it's one of the very last really prestigious items in the game, where even like a pen or a pen Fallen God or deck Edania armor doesn't compare to how prestigious it is to own a Shining Stone. Let's hope they release some more chase items. Yeah, more chase items would be nice. Like I was saying earlier too to Enlave, I really like the Krogdalo edition. I think this was fantastic. But it should have just been 3 slots, and they should have added like some chase items you can go and grind for or do other activities to try to unlock slot 4 and 5. It was a missed opportunity to add some fun things to work towards that aren't super impactful but improve your quality of life. But yeah, like they buff Node War, they buff Siege rewards, they buff War of the Roses. Between your AFK fishing, your weekly bosses, and now your guild bosses, I'm pretty confident I could sustain all my clicks by just doing all those things. Making sure I'm collecting all those things, I don't need to grind a minute, and I can sustain all my clicks. Now, obviously, in regards to Node War, Siege, and War of the Roses, that's not accessible to everybody. But still, those other activities, guild bosses, weekly bosses, your solo and group weekly bosses, as well as your AFK fishing, will cover a lot of your clicks. You don't even need to be in a big guild to cover most of your shit. And your rifts. Sorry, your rifts too, right? Like you're getting almost, what was it? 2.1 billion silver every 5 days from your rifts now? No, and I don't have any issue with them making it. The fact it was unattainable, I think everybody would agree, even the one person who has it. The way the Alchemy Stone system was dog shit. It definitely needed improvements. But I genuinely feel like this is a massive overcorrection. Yeah. That's the crazy thing is, if you sell... What what is the cost of, like, if you pity the new alchemy stone, how much is it? The average is close to the pity too. 750 bill, and the min price is 1 trillion. So there is no reason to not make sure you're doing your click every 5 days, no matter who you are, because even if you pity it, you make like over 100 bill at the end of the year, right? When you finally pity it, and then there's a chance for you to hit it all along the way. That's if you sell it at min price too. Why don't they make community polls for changes? I don't think community polls are good. Public opinion is not a good way to make changes to your game. For example, if they put out a poll, we're going to give everybody a free deck sovereign weapon. We're going to give everybody free deck Adani armors. The poll would be everybody screaming, yes, let's do this, let's do this. But do we genuinely feel like that would be good for the game? No, obviously it would be terrible for the game. Public opinion is not a good way to make changes to your game. Bring back the renowned one-shot meta? Pretty sure the renowned meta was the opposite. People became unkillable. It didn't give more damage, it gave insane more survivability. Yeah. But that's the thing, is even the noobs got tankier, so it's not like it made everybody squishier. You would have been one-shotting them harder before renown. They just got less survivability than you gained. I think public opinion for some systems can be good, but I don't think the full game should be driven by public opinion. Like, I think when, like, they could do a poll, for example, on Node Wars and say, okay, community, we have 4 options here. You know, keep construction as it is, or improve construction, or keep occupation as it is, or improve occupation. And the community gets to vote on what they would want, right? Something like that could provide valuable feedback to them of what the community in general enjoys. Now, I think there's some complications with that, because I think if you were to run that poll in NA, I think most guilds would say they prefer construction, but you got to remember, Black Desert isn't a North American game, it's a global game. And if they ran that poll globally, which they obviously should since any of the changes affects the global player base, from what I hear, most regions prefer occupation, not construction. Once again, that's just what I hear. Who knows? Maybe the feedback is from a vocal minority that I'm getting. I genuinely feel that occupation has the potential to be way better, but it has its glaring issues, and it's so annoying that they refuse to make these changes to it. I think there's some very easy changes you can make. I think one of the biggest complaints with occupation is how it feels like it's just an RNG fest, right? Who's the last one? Who's the last one to hit the fort and get it? And then there's another level of RNG on top of it where, is the fort going to end just as you happen to own it? And it feels like that's easy to solve with systems that are already in the game, right? Just make it so, like, around the fort, there's a circle of influence, and whichever guild has the most people in that circle of influence is generating progression towards their guild. And if they manage to get it to 100, then they take control of the fort. Now, I don't think there's ever going to be a perfect system. That might come with its own issues. But I think that would already be an improvement. Well, that's not Capture the Flag. It is King of the Hill, but King of the Hill and a node board, those things can overlap. I mean, what do you think that basically is in King of the Hill when you take a spot, right? Like Arathi Basin in World of Warcraft. What do you think you're effectively doing when you take a point? You know, you're claiming that as your team's point. They could even do something like that, but have multiple forts around, so your guild could try to control multiple of them. And as you hold the fort, you accumulate points. So you could either try to sit a full force on one point, or you could try to separate your guild onto multiple forts and earn multiple points. And then at the end of the fight, you know, the guild that earned the most points gets the biggest reward, and there's like a tier system, right? The guild that got the second most points earns the second highest rewards, and so on and so forth, right? Well, if you third party and don't play the objective, I don't think you're entitled to rewards. The game should encourage you playing the objectives. That would just make rock mode worse. Yeah, I mean, no doubt rock mode needs to be considered, for sure. That's a problem all on its own that needs to be addressed. But I don't think we should be, because we have one bad system in the game, that means we should just ignore any positive changes because of how it interacts with that bad system. Obviously, the rock shit that's going on needs to be addressed. I'd agree with that, Divios. And the problem with that too is because like the best constructions are overall the most enjoyable, but they're so rare to actually get good, like really, really enjoyable construction fights. And the annoying thing is like trying to get these enjoyable construction fights, you have to start trying to have like these arbitrary rules that guilds agree to make them enjoyable. And then, of course, whenever a guild is down, right, there's a high probability that they start throwing the rules out the window because, you know, they don't like losing. Every guild's done it at one point or another. I'm not trying to point fingers at anybody. But, yeah, it just adds this complication of trying to get those really good construction fights. God damn, Dragor is going to come out of this cold with a fucking 2-pack. That one ab is going to split into two, kind of like a cell dividing. Well, you know what I think would be cool? I think this is the benefit of having two systems available right now between construction and occupation. Is whichever mode is being used less, they should be working on that. And then if all of a sudden they make changes to it that all of a sudden make everybody swap to that mode, then go back to the other mode that's not being played and start working on that. And it kind of gives them the ability to keep leapfrogging themselves and making both systems better. This song will always remind me of that Jester video where he's running around on the elephant killing people outside of the node war. Outside the node war zone. Jester's a fucking menace, man. He is a goddamn menace. Oh, I just realized I didn't put my camera back on. We do need more Jesters in this world, that's right. Yeah, Steve's biggest problem is it's got to be like inconsistency with streaming. Steve cracks me up. He's got so many clips. Like if you're just looking for a fun little like channel to dive down a rabbit hole on, go through like Steve's most watched clips. There's so many really good, really funny clips. Steve is such a real guy, too. I don't know if I've ever seen him shit-talking anybody. He's just always just on his own vibe. He's never causing shit. He'd just be sitting there high, going on a fucking adventure. You can see this clip. Oh my god. How does that make you feel, Divios? You could be sitting there on your dragon, Steve's standing there behind you, and he's just staring, breathing heavy. And for all you know, he's standing there butt-ass naked in his room, stroking his cock. I will never go in VR. Never. How do you afford it? I'm trying to buy another set for my 4th horse. And then I'm going to need another one for my 5th horse in a few more weeks. I really regret when we had the Night Vendor event, I was just ignoring the Krogdalo boxes, the horse gear. I really regret. I did not have the forethought or the anticipation to think, hey, that's right, Krogdalo Sanctuary, I'm going to be able to have 5 horses. Maybe I should get more foresights, thank you. I did not have the foresight to take advantage of that properly. I wish, because I passed up so many horse gear boxes I could have easily been set on horse gear. 5 sight? Shit. What about that 6 or 7 sight? Fuck you guys. You ever get an itch under your mustache? Yeah. How am I doing? I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing? Wait, what's this? The right cheek burned up. Oh God. Oh, fucking Steve, man. Oh my goodness. You go through Steve's room with a black light, and that shit's gonna look like fucking Chernobyl reactor. What do you think, Divios? I think, you know, now that we have basically a replacement for every slot, the oldest slot now is our accessories, our Karazad. You think the next stage of Karazad is going to be time gated? And then after that'll be Sov, and they'll time gate that, and then we'll officially have everything time gated at that point. I was saying, right? If you can sustain your clicks with just AFK fishing and doing like these other small tasks, these weekly quests and shit, it doesn't matter to PA whether you're online actively playing or you're AFK fishing. Either way, you count as a player, right? Either way, you count as a player that's online. And they lose all the whales? Yeah. I feel like that's inevitable. I said that when they first had it. Like, I don't know how time gating shit becomes a sustainable business model. Because, like, there's no doubt that the vast majority of the revenue is people swiping. And if all of a sudden people can generate enough wealth in-game through AFK activities, then why would they swipe? I feel like it'll reach a point where it starts affecting their bottom line and they'll realize, shit, we gotta stop this time gating shit. Or if we're gonna time gate it, we still need to make it expensive per click. Why would you whale via pearls when you could find a little Tony? because of risk and investment, right? There reaches a point where you've invested so much money into your account that you don't want to risk it that you get caught one day. And at that point, right, you gotta change to legit. You basically try to cheat the system as long as possible until you're forced to go legit, because you don't want to lose it all and have to start over. Wipe to get rid of time gate. True. I mean, that does become the only other logical thing, right? You start swiping to avoid time gates. I feel like there was such a missed opportunity. Like, I think moving away from crons is okay. I think we need more stuff that the whales need silver for, so they can start selling costumes. So I don't think it was a bad thing to make it more silver orientated. And I think there was a missed opportunity. They could have made most of the cost have to do with like using way more ingots, right? This way it makes it that would amplify a bunch of life skills. It would make worker empires a lot more worthwhile. It would make gathering a lot more worthwhile. I feel like there was such a missed opportunity there. They even could have had your alchemy level associated with it somehow, right? They could have made it super expensive to click if you're just like really low alchemy, but as your alchemy level goes up, maybe your success rate goes up. So it encourages you to improve your alchemy level too, right? What a weird concept. Your alchemy stone success rate affected by your alchemy skill level. Certainly, I'm the only person who could correlate those two things together. I bet you are, Ark. Yeah. Yeah. It's so funny, and people are like rejoicing about it, and it's like, what's the difference whether you give the money to the blacksmith or you give the silver to the old moon vendor? You just have a new person that you now have to walk to. Oh my god! Pearl Abyss is so original, they really broke the mold! Holy fuck. At least this will help improve the sharp market, though, for people who gather. Because obviously, right, if it drops below 5 mil sharps, then people will use the central market. So, I mean, that does, in a sense, make it a bit better than Kron's, but barely. It could have been more. It could have been that plus more. Also, can we get this farming rework? I hear farming is crazy contribution. That you're getting like 1 contribution a day. And I just don't have the patience to check my farms multiple times in a day. I want this farming rework so fucking bad. Because I would like to get my contribution up and... Shit. I don't know. How much... Has anybody done the math? How much contribution would you need to get every single working node in the game? Surely there's some loser out there who's spreadsheet that shit. Is it around 500? No, it's not that low. Every single node in the game? It's got to be way more than that. 500 seems super obtainable. I wouldn't be surprised if it's closer to 1,000. Thousands? Now that seems a little crazy. I can't see it being 2,000. I could see it being over 1,000, but I can't see it being 2,000. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. Yeah. I meant every single... Not every node, but every node that you could put a worker on. Because I'm at 440 contribution, and there's a ton of nodes I'm missing. And I can't imagine being able to get all of those nodes with just 60 more contribution. I'm banned again, yeah. I need to, I don't know, man. I like hitting the dummies. But I also like silver. You're sick in the head? I am. I acknowledge it. Oh yeah, when you had 1000% EXP plus double dummying XP, it was effectively 2000% on dummies. That shit was wild. I was saying earlier, Divios, I wonder, with them making the max level of combat fame so high now, I wonder if they are toying with the idea of making leveling a little more reasonable past 66. Because it looks like they gave themselves some pretty good headroom. Is DK good for PvP? Depends on what PvP. Suck DK is, yeah, it's pretty good. DK in general falls off a bit in large scale, but in like every other form, it's a pretty good class. Make ults and buy more burl items? No, people aren't going to do that. I mean, they make ults, but you just take it and let XP get funneled to it, right? You don't have to invest any, like, another dime into it. And, like, I have, like, every single character slot. Aside from the characters that I want to keep at level below level 50, I have every single character at, like, level 62 or higher. And I'm not even halfway. The heck is the dinosaur chicken looking thing from the Velia to Tuscany Farm? I have no idea what you're even referring to. Well, you're assuming how they think. You know what's going to affect how they think? is seeing their revenue go up or down. And it's not like we haven't had a lot of this shit in the game already. And incentivizing an extra potential 50 million silver for getting all your characters leveled up. You're going to get that whether you invest in those other things or not that you're suggesting. So if it doesn't change anything in that regard, I mean, PA and any online game with microtransactions know that the vast majority, an extremely disproportionate amount of their revenue is coming from the 1% whales. Not people who are swiping for, you know, to max out multiple characters in terms of, like, pets and weight and stuff, but the people who are paying for progression and buying the gacha boxes, right? The Gamba boxes. When they add, like, more weight to the game, sure, like, most players are going to buy the extra weight for their main character. But collectively, like, that's going to be, like, just a little tiny blip, a barely noticeable bump in their revenue versus the total revenue that the whales swiping for Gamba boxes are generating. Those microtransactions hurt the game too, though. It creates a dependent relationship between the developers and the whales. Once upon a time, MMOs, before microtransactions became a thing, if an MMO wanted to increase their revenue, they had to increase their subscriber count. And the best way to increase your subscriber count would be to just make your product better. But ever since microtransactions became popular, now when a game wants to increase their revenue, they don't have to worry about subscriber count. They don't even have to charge a sub fee anymore. All they have to do is just prey on people's FOMO and make the next box slightly better than the last box. And then people are like, ooh, I better take advantage of this. We don't know if we'll get this box again. And they don't realize they're getting bamboozled because the boxes just keep getting better. But they keep on swiping each time. And then instead of the developer working on making better content to get more people in the game, they just make more money by making the box better. Takes a fraction of the development time, and that's an overstatement, and ends up making them even more money. Oh shit, this thing fucking died on me. Rip. Yep. Mobile games went crazy with it. And then PC games are like, why aren't we doing that? And you know what's funny? So many people are against subscriptions. You bring up the idea, you bring up the suggestion that games should move back to subscription model, and so many people are like, no, I ain't paying a subscription, fuck that. But then they still go and they buy their value pack and their Old Moon and their comma, and they don't realize that they're paying a subscription anyways. Huh. Yeah. The only way it'll ever go back to, like I said, I think games being stuck behind a subscription model. Once again, the only way you can make more money is increase the amount of people playing the game, and the best way to increase the amount of people playing the game is to just make the game better. I think microtransactions are what's killing the MMO genre. Because these developers, they don't need to focus on good, interesting content. When they want money, they just put a box in. They put a box in and prey on the whales. Yeah, it makes sense for the company, but it's bad for the consumer. That's the point. It's the point I'm making. Guess what? Catering to your consumer can also be good for the company. Just requires a lot more work. Yeah. And it is more risky, for sure, right? If you spend, 10,000 developer hours working on a new piece of content and it flops, you're down all that money you dumped in it. You can have one developer in an afternoon set up a box that's slightly juicier than the last. They legit just copy the old box and add one more new thing to it. And then put it in sale on the shop. Boom. That takes one developer probably 2 hours in the afternoon to get that drawn up and then approved and in the game. Yeah. Just a global thing. You see it happen with all MMOs. That's why, I think a lot of us, I don't mind microtransactions when it relates to specifically cosmetic stuff. Mount skins, boat skins, auras for your character, costumes, titles, changing ability effects, stuff like that. I don't care if somebody's willing to dump $10,000 into their weapon to make it look like the coolest fucking thing ever. Yeah, Where Winds Meet. I commend their cash shop too. I think they did a fantastic job with it. Same with Path of Exile as well. And, there's no doubt that those games are making really good money. Now, obviously, Where Winds Meet is still early, so we'll have to wait and see if the hype dies down about it, but it's still doing pretty well. People are ranting and raving about it. Definitely a huge success. Path of Exile, on the other hand, has a much longer track record, right? And they're obviously doing very well. In fact, they are doing so well, they're not only keeping their old game alive and actively still pumping out content for it, but they're also doing that with their new one. So now they have two products, right? Which are both, I'm sure, generating, a net gain in revenue. So, monetizing cosmetics clearly works. And you never hear people in paid... Well, I guess, once again, Where Winds Meet, still new. I haven't heard a ton of conversations about it. But even with the limited and the extensive, chattering about Path of Exile, I have never heard anybody complain about either of those games being pay to win. Yeah, that's why when it comes to Where Winds Meet, Jay, I'm a little apprehensive about talking about it too much. I don't play the game. I don't know where it is in its development, how things are going to continue to go. Obviously, it has a longer track record in China, since that's where it originally came out. But so far, right, it seems like they've monetized the game fantastically. They've done a really good job. PoE is 100% pay to win. Just people call it pay to convenience. How so? There is nothing I look at in the cash shop that makes me go, oh, I have to get that. Now, more stash tabs and stuff is nice, for sure. Especially with the release of market tabs in PoE, not swiping for tabs directly impacts your play. Yeah, typically I draw the line of pay to win, be where it gives you an advantage that you can now do things that other people can't do. And there's no way for you to earn that through in-game time. And like stash tabs, if you were to just sit with the base stash tabs, the starter ones, yeah, it would be inconvenient. But it doesn't enable, from what I understand, it doesn't enable or disable you from doing anything that somebody who does invest in tabs can do. Just makes your life a lot easier, obviously. So So you're mad you're not rich enough to throw thousands and thousands? No? Well, that isn't the conversation at all. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any microtransactions. I'm just saying having microtransactions specifically on cosmetics, people tend to be more willing to spend money on something like that, right? Like, I would never spend money on progression, but if I could start dumping money into the game and it would give me like a really cool aura effect, I might actually consider that. To me, that's way cooler. Has nothing to do with accessibility to money or willingness to spend. It just, I think I speak for a lot of people. They view paying for progression just reducing their reason to play to begin with, right? A lot of people like to play because they enjoy the process of progression. So they're not going to swipe to limit the amount of things they have to work on. They would rather swipe on things that are cosmetic and make their character look cool or feel cool. You completely missed the conversation. Yeah. There's a lot of people, when it comes to pay for convenience, there's definitely a like shifting mentality on where the line for pay to win is. Back in my day, a lot of people, the line was very simple. Are you able to buy something that gives you an advantage over other players that they cannot earn in game without spending? And then the game is very clearly pay to win. That was the original line for pay to win. Now a lot of people consider any type of paying for, like, even back in the day, I wouldn't even consider paying for progression pay for win. As long as that progression is still obtainable by playing, then I still would have called it for convenience. But people, you know, the mentality has changed now that is still pay to win. And I'm not going to fight about it. I mean, I think it's a perfectly reasonable to include that as pay to win as well. I would prefer that to not be in, but it is what it is. But the overwhelming sentiment, aside from everybody but the whales that really, really want to pay for progression, almost every other player would agree that everybody significantly prefers paying for cosmetics way more than paying for progression. Hey, we could have got it worse. I don't think that's a good mentality. Just because it can always be worse. And well, we better be thankful it could be worse. Well then what? You just never talk about it? Because it can always be worse? Because believe me, things can always get worse. Always. So that just means we never talk about it? No. I can afford to Giga Pay to win, but it's just so bad for the player base. Yeah, like, but if you wanted to, Jay, like if they gave you the opportunity, I don't know if you still play Warrior, but if you had the ability to build on the effect of your greatsword and give it like this really insane glow and you know, as you invest more into it, it changes your abilities and makes them look cooler and cooler, you would probably be much more willing to swipe, right? You'd probably be like, fuck yeah. Yeah, exactly, take my money, right? People love that shit so much. I'd be the shittiest but coolest looking. That's all that matters is how cool you're looking. Because all you have to do, you don't have to kill them every time. You kill them one time. You clip it, you stand over their body, do a little dance in your cool outfit, and you ship it. Yeah, like if I could change my Sage's lightning to all... Like, Sage does some purple lightning when it does like, anything that's overcharged. Not that overcharge matters. If I could change my lightning to always be that color... Oh my god, that'd be sick. Or imagine if you could completely change effects entirely. Like, imagine if you could play like a Musa, an Awakened Musa, for example. But instead of have fire around all your attacks, you could have lightning around all your attacks. Oh my god, or be like a lightning striker or a frost striker, or even have fun more like instead of elemental cosmetics, you could do like completely different cosmetics. PvP would be a nightmare. Well, you could always have an option to turn other people's cosmetics off, right? So like if your PC's having a hard time dealing with other people's cosmetics, you could have an option in the settings. But man, there'd be so many more people that would be willing to swipe on cool shit like that. Hey, Kona's flying around? Yeah. You hit somebody and the fucking Keck W guy appears doing his fucking laugh. Oh my god. Totally ruined my immersion, but goddamn, it'd be funny. Yeah. Yeah, if other people look cool and you're looking like you just walked out of the save zone, you can be like, damn. You know what? Maybe I need a cool outfit too. I mean, case in point, look at Neptune's stream with Where Winds Meet. That man will sit there staring at the cash shop for 2 hours yapping. Because he wants that shit. He wants his character to look cool, right? There's so many people like that. We love our shit looking cool. You're wearing a cape, nothing cool about you. Hey, if my Sage didn't have negative ass, I might not wear it. But look at that shit. It's quite literally negative ass. Pearl Abyss, when assigning a value to the size of Sage's ass, they went at least -1. He wants a dumper on his male character. I don't want a negative dumper. You telling my wife? You go ahead. Your ass is gross. Put the cape back on. See? Case in point. Gotta cover it up. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I'd also be happy, back to the whole progression thing, I'd be happy if they added like one new chase item every ball. Some type of new, interesting treasure item. I know, I love that shit too. I fucking eat that shit up. Like, I hate sailing and bartering and all that shit. But the fact that Ebenruth's Knoll, there are days where I get an itch, like, ooh, maybe I should do that. Because I like doing shit like that. I like hunting that shit. More cosmetic chase items, it's so frustrating that they don't do more shit like that. Because, like, just take a look at the Nuvra outfit, take a look at Zethiann outfit. People were so hyped about those things. I wish they did more shit like that. Imagine if you could get an outfit that makes you like wear the same shit as like a Rudum, right? You can get a Rudum outfit or something, or you could get a Shadow Knight outfit, right? Some really rare item. How many interfaces? Oh, way too fucking many. This game definitely suffers from interface overload. Give you a number? I want to say 23. And I'm probably under. Any cool idea they could do with titles? Maybe something PvE-wise. Add like some really, really high monster kill titles for grind spots. And as you progress through the titles, it gives you like 2 more monster AP at that spot specifically. So nothing that affects PvP, but, you know, you slowly... And it has like an exponential curve, right? Where it's like 100 kills for the first one, 200 for the second, 500 for the third, 1,000 for the fourth, 2,500 for the fifth. And it's just like this really sharp curve. And the nice thing about that is it would more so go towards not you grinding faster, but it would allow you to be more comfy at spots. Because you could eventually earn enough like monster AP at a spot that now you can maybe grind in your PvP setup. Yeah, what about a glow kind of like Lord of the Rings, right? You know how he has that, whenever there's orcs around or whatever, his sword glows blue, his mithril sword or whatever. What about something like that in BDO where you get like titles, and like once you're experienced enough at a spot, whenever you go near that spot, your weapon starts glowing. Every time Steve is around, it glows red? What? Hell, you just say? Man, I can't wait for some sushi tonight. Like 3 more hours. Gonna go for an early dinner. They open up at 4, so we're gonna try to be there right for 4. Chicken katsu. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look it up. I love chicken. What kind? Usually do eel and octopus. Whatever. So I'm a huge sucker for like dynamite, like crunch rolls and shit like that. Something with a little bit of spice and some crunch and some texture. Doesn't matter if there's like fish eggs or raw salmon or eel or soft shell crab or any of that shit in it. I really like that, something like that. And then I always try to make sure I get something new on top. Japanese deep fried chicken with a sweet and sour savory sauce. So is it kind of like Chinese chicken balls? Sounds like Japanese version of that. But less bread? See, I'd probably like that more too, because sometimes I find chicken balls. Don't you hate it when you get a chicken ball and it's like the tiniest little piece of chicken and it's a giant fucking ball? You just feel like you ate half a loaf of bread. Yeah, it sounds like I might like that chicken katsu better. Sometimes no chicken, yeah. Sometimes you're wondering, what the hell, where to go? They just put a little dollop of breading in the fryer. Time's getting tough. They gotta make sure for every 9 real chicken balls, there's 1 fake one. Increase their profit margins. I'm gonna have to look it up. Next AFK phase. Cat soup? No, katsu. I'm probably pronouncing it poorly. Chicken balls aren't battered? No, they are battered. That's what I'm saying. Just sometimes you get one that has no chicken in it, in the batter. Oh, shit. That does look really good. I wonder if they have that at the sushi spot tonight. I don't know. I feel kind of weird getting chicken at a sushi place, though. There's new buffs in the tent. Cool. Yeah, not really new, but they made like a lot of the buffs that you get. you can buy scrolls for, and then you can just put them on your ferry. So instead of having to every 3 hours drop your ferry and grab your villa and grab your tent buffs, you can now just get it all and just have them in your family inventory. They have 0 weight. It's a really nice convenience change. Definitely a really good quality of life change. Rice and cabbage? Oh, I fucking love cabbage too. I want a good place. Where does, never mind, stupid question, obviously. I'm pretty confident it's Korea. Kimchi is a Korean thing, right? I have not ever had, like, authentic kimchi. I've always only ever had, like, the shitty, like, maybe ramen, kimchi-flavored ramen and shit like that. I feel like I would love, like, authentic kimchi so fucking much. Book of Old Moon required? True. Yeah. If you want to use those scrolls, you have to have the Old Moon book. And it has to be active, too. If you buy a ton of scrolls and let your Old Moon fall off, you can't use the scrolls until you get that Old Moon back up. I've been tempted to try to make my own kimchi, because it doesn't look like it's that difficult. Part of me though is like I don't ferment much shit, any shit really. So part of me is worried that I'm gonna fuck it up and end up making poison, and end up drinking homemade arsenic or some bullshit. Yeah. Actually, my wife mentioned the other day that there's a new Korean place in town. Here it is. The Bop Shop. Let me take a look at their website. Page not found. Menu. Oh, here we go. They got a rice bowl. So beef bibimbap, veggie bibimbap, salmon sashimi dupbap, kimchi fried rice. Speaking of kimchi, oh, they have a kimchi pancake. Scallion pancake, deep fried mandu, sotioke. I don't even know what these things are. You can get a pound of wings for fucking $18? Yo. Let's see. Deep fried and battered wings with our secret Korean sauce served with 8 ounces of pickled daikon, also known as chicken moo. Yo. I'm going to have to go to this place. Korean family barbecue style. Available after 4 p.m. Minimum two people. Pork belly served with rice, miso soup, fresh lettuce, sesame sauce. It's like 2 S's. Pickled radish and your choice of kimchi, cucumber or cabbage. And you can get portions for 2, 4, or 6 people. Yo, and you can actually just get containers of kimchi. 8-ounce or 16-ounce containers of cabbage or cucumber kimchi. Or pickled daikon. Oh, man. This little bowl they have at the top. Let me show you a picture of this. This looks fucking delicious. This is my jam right here. This looks so fucking good. Hey! Kiki! You here, you dumb bitch? Kiki! You better fucking be here. Look at this bowl, Kiki. What do you notice about this bowl, Kiki? Kiki! You fucking better be here. Look at that. Look how good that looks. Oh, that looks yummy. That looks so fucking good. Or wait. Shit. That's carrot. That's not peppers. God damn it. Never mind, Kiki. Go away. Never mind. That's carrot. That's not peppers. Yeah, I don't think there was there any kimchi in that picture. I don't think there was. No, I see other stuff. There's the spinach, the beef, the shiitake mushrooms. There's the carrot. There's something crunchy at the bottom. That's probably the pickled daikon in the top right. Almost. Oh, maybe the pickled cucumber in the top, like left or almost top center. Nice glasses, old man. Shut up. Man, I really want to try that place now. That's going to be the... Ooh, my birthday's coming up. Maybe I'm going to tell my wife I want that. Go get me some Korean barbecue and bring home some kimchi and a rice bowl and all that shit. Just give me one of everything on their menu. The prices seem reasonable, too. Kimchi fried rice. So there's a bacon, a sunny side egg, kimchi for 14 bucks. I guess it depends on the portion size. Maybe I shouldn't comment on it too much. It might look like decent prices, but you might get into a tiny little portion like this. What's the best XP now? Probably either Dark Seekers, or Beta, or Tenebrom. I don't know which. Oh, man. That sounds great. It sounds like the type of meal that you make sure that you're bringing your belt and you're going to undo it a notch. You're going to go in, and then when you leave, you loosen it up 1 or 2 notches. How long has that battery been low in my smoke alarm? How long has the battery been low in your smoke alarm? That's how I remove mine. That sounds terrible. If there was one thing, there's probably 2 things that I would hate. Drowning and burning to death. They both sound like absolutely terrible ways to die. I make sure my fire alarms are fucking set.
Shut up, bitch! Shut up, bitch!
Orphic and I thinking the exact same thing. Dragar. You got fucked. That was my last 1,000 points. Perfect. And guess what, Dragor? If you were mod... So, right, if you beat Dukes, you get his VIP, and then when Dukes challenges you for the VIP, if he loses, you get mod. And when you're mod, you effectively have unlimited points, because you can always redeem something and then refund it. Just think, that's online. And just think, Dragor. If when you challenge Dukes, he wins, that means he becomes mod. And just think of the foul things he can do to you. Well, he's not winning, so that's the spirit. That is the spirit. 290k, oh my god, you're a super lurker. I wonder how many points like Kinjara or John has. Oh. It really makes me want to go to that Korean place. I'm worried about that Korean place because I know, like, our demographic here in town, and I just don't feel like it would be very popular. I feel like their days are numbered, unfortunately. So I want to make sure I try it, and if it's good, use it regularly. Maybe I can keep them in business all by myself. You're obsessed with food? How are you not 800 pounds? Good genetics, I guess. Even when I was a kid, right? I would have girlfriends and their parents would invite me over for dinner. I remember one girlfriend, they invited me over for Thanksgiving dinner. And I went back for seconds and thirds. And their parents, I can't remember if it was the mother or the father, because this was a long ass time ago. I was probably 13. But one of them asked me, do your parents feed you? Because, like, here I am, 6 feet tall, or I guess I was probably like 5'10" at that age. But I weighed like 120 pounds. But man, I could pile back food. I'd go back for seconds and thirds, plate piled high. Holy, my metabolism was crazy. Shut up, Traeger. Fake, sorry. Why is no one playing Zerk in PvE? I'm sad. In PvP it seems not PvE. Even choices change, cry. Yeah, Zerk spent the whole last 9.5 years being one of the most broken classes in the game. And now their class is like, eh. And they just all jumped off of it. Except for Steve, the true Zerker main. Yeah. Steve is more of a main Zerker than any other Zerker. Period. You cannot convince me otherwise. That man is so loyal to that class. Oh, and Rappo. True. I don't know if I've ever seen Rappo play anything else. Good point. And for both Rappo and Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm almost positive this is true with Steve, and I'm pretty sure with Rappo, they also stay with Awakening. Even when Suck Zerker was completely busted, they didn't fold, they didn't cave, they stayed on that Awakening. You gotta respect it. You gotta respect it, right? They could have been a brain-dead Suck Zerker, but they stuck with the Awakened Zerk. Even after Suck Zerk dragged Awakening through the mud, too. Like, there's so many nerfs. Like, and Awakened Zerker was busted, but there's so many nerfs that were targeted towards Suck, and Awakened got hit with that collateral at the same time. Yeah. You would just see them wind up and then hit you with that fucking All Might punch. That's what it was like. Then a big fucking wave comes out and you just evaporate. Yeah, thanks and stuff. Have a good one. Enjoy the lurk. Oh, man. Oh, you talking like right post reboots? Yeah, Musa was crazy. You know what? I fucked up too. I actually had the trifecta. I had the AP, the DP, and the attack speed pure Blackstone. And that was right after Awakened Sage got nerfed into the ground. And I took those 3 stones on Awakening Sage into a Node War, uncapped Node War. And I was fucking slapping people up. If I were a smart man, though, I would have rolled Awakened Musa at that time, because it was right after post-reboot when Musa was at its height. If I would have popped those 3 stones, even being a completely new Awakened Musa, holy fuck, I could have just killed the guild by myself. I fucked up. I should have did that. I should have abused the shit out of that. You know what the best part is, though? I get an immediate upgrade next week. I get plus 3 AP. Or, I guess, attack speed, right? I no longer have to sit here with multiple stones in my inventory. But at no point in your life has anyone ever said you were a smart man? False. My kids think I'm a genius. Well, 7 stones. My con stone is on my con life stone is on a different character. Here, I'll yoink that back. Yoink. There we go. Boom. 7 stones. It's my 7 Dragon Balls. I'm gonna be juggling these Dragon Balls. You watch out, Divios. Wait till I make that wish. Isn't there 7 Dragon Balls? How many Dragon Balls are there? I'm scared to Google this. How many balls does a dragon have? How many Dragon Balls are there? There are typically 7 Dragon Balls in each set. Perfect! Okay, I got it. And I didn't see 1 dragon dick. Perfect. That's a successful Google session right there. Yeah. Just hit my mob's phone, you know me. Yeah, I don't understand, Pone, how you always get people to talk about me. It blows my mind. I'll just get these random clips. I see a message from Pone pop up, and it's a link, and it's him getting some random streamer to say some shit about me. Yo, what's up, Junior? How you doing? Happy New Year, brother. Yeah, I don't even... But how was my name brought up in that conversation? Weird. Because you're high level XP? Oh. Yeah, I guess I am. You know, there's not a lot of people who are 67. But, like, in terms of people who are pushing level, I'm still just a little guppy, right? There are people with 71, I think Bria's 72 now, right? You say that, Dragor, but every day you wake up and come to my stream. I don't wake up and go to your stream. Checkmate, bitch. Checkmate. Where are those people grinding who is pushing for levels? Previously, they lived at Gyfin. I think now they either do like Darkseekers or Beta or Tenebrum. I think those are like the top 3 spots. I don't know which is better. Maybe the new party spots are going to be the new best spots. Hey, I'm mad I have a stockpile of silver too. I wish they had things for me to go crazy on. Don't make me ruin sexy time with your wife. Trust me, Dragor, that's not gonna happen. As soon as my wife peels down those pants and that ass becomes visible, any other thoughts evaporate from my brain. I turn into a caveman. I start sounding like Winston. You just hear grunts and groans. There is not a thought going on. So, I think it's impossible for you to ruin that for me. Only she can ruin that for me.
Did someone say peanut butter?
That's the thing, Dragor, is I can't think about it. I lose all my brain cells, all of what's left. There's now only one neuron firing. One lonely neuron. The rest are shut down. My wife's only been in one car accident, and it wasn't her fault. Someone blew a stop sign and ended up right in front of her, and she hit the side of their vehicle, and their vehicle flipped. But now every once in a while, I'll tease my wife, and I'll be like, well, I've never been in an accident, and it fucking pisses her off so much. It was the other woman's fault. The other person was a woman driver. But correlation does not mean causation. Multi trying to get ahead of these new party grind spots. Aren't the new Miramok and Gyfin going to be Dekia? Multi's out here trying to get ready to start providing people with fuel. Looks like those spots have the potential, at least for the first while Decky artifacts and fragments are still max price, to be crazy money. Same with all the cups being max price. I think they're going to be crazy money at first, until all those things bottom out, and I think they eventually will. It'll be interesting to see how those spots are when all of that stuff's bottom out, if they're still decent. Haven't had a, like aside from Debo's, nothing big drop here in a while now. Which worker is best for making crates? Probably a goblin? I don't know. Anybody in chat? I'm not much of a life skiller, so there's somebody in chat here who would have a better, more accurate answer than me. If I get the right answer, it's purely luck. Goblin? That's what I thought.
you ever had a dream that you could don't you could you don't you could you want don't you could you could don't you could you don't you could you want don't you could
Zeth lurk.
Yo, Teretica, 20 fucking months. Oh my god. I am not worthy. I am not fucking worthy. One second, chat. I want to hear something. $1.7 trillion is crazy. Yeah, I have a bit of a problem. I play the game too much. I enjoy it, right? Even though there's a lot of things that I think they could do better, there's a lot of things that I think they're doing fine that I enjoy. And when I say they're doing fine with those things, it doesn't mean that they can't improve on those things still. Just, it's a combination of, for one, there's nothing else out there. And two, you know, I think they're doing okay. There's some things that I'm critical about, but in general, I think it's still a fantastic game. What Awakened classes are best at Zephyros? Well, Awakened Sage is pretty good here. Awakened Guardian, I hear, is pretty good here. Awakened Dosa. Probably your Awakened Casters. Yeah. Yeah, most of the time, like, you're gonna hear, inevitably, some people complaining about this game. But most of the complaints come from people who have invested 20, 30, 40, 50,000 hours into the game. And in the vast majority of those cases, don't think that just because people are complaining that they're, you know, they hate the game. People typically complain out of passion, right? If they were over the game, they wouldn't even be talking about it. They would have been moved on already. It's important to be vocal about the things that you like and the things you don't like. And, you know, overall, you know, the overall opinion of the game from the community, Pearl Abyssal, you know, at least take that into consideration while making changes. Sometimes, you know, for the better, sometimes for the worse. The biggest problem is you want to play all the characters? Oh, that's not a problem. That is a great spot to be in. If you don't feel like, if you're not one of those people that feels like locked into one class, and there's a lot of those people out there, and you can enjoy all classes, yeah, you have a long road ahead of you. Lots of enjoyment. There's one thing Pearl Abyss does well, is creating new and interesting classes. Balance, on the other hand, is a bit questionable at times, but they certainly do a good job at creating interesting classes. How many magical shards do I have now? Can't remember. Do I need magical shards for upping my... I don't even know what those crystals are called. These guys. The life XP crystals. I can't remember what you need for the base ones of those. I need to finish upgrading those. I've been neglecting them. I got 4 more I need to upgrade from bondage in. Yeah, I'm not worried about the DR or evasion Hans right now because it's just HP and I never run, like I never run one of them, never mind 6. And part of me wonders, right, until they actually address this rock meta, how they're going to do it, right? They might end up just adding a limitation to those crystals. Yeah, exactly. And if they're Hans, I mean, if they end up changing the system so you can only have 2 of them, they'll probably add a recipe to convert your Hans back to Jins so you can sell them. Or make the Hans sellable. But in the off chance that they don't, you know, I don't want to be stuck holding them. John, how many points do you have? How many derps or dents or whatever my channel points are called? I think they're called dents, right? I don't even know my own. Maybe they are derps. 2 million. Oh, you're a loser. Holy. Huh. I might list my my 5080 for like $1,800. You typically buy them like brand new, they're $2,000, but then it's plus tax, right? So it ends up being like $2,300. I figured if I sell it for $1,800, that's like $500 off. Yeah, TTS skipped the queue. I have to do that because for some reason, if I don't have it do that, the TTS doesn't work. I mean, I could try again. Maybe it was just a bug that one day. Here, let me know if it works, John. I'm trying not to die while finding this. Viewer rewards, channel points, manage channel points. See TTS, edit, skip reward queue, save, turned it off. I wonder if it works for me if I do it. It's there? What do you mean it's there? Yeah, it breaks it for some reason. Every time I turn that setting off, it breaks it. I wonder if maybe there's a setting on the website. 1 second, I'm about to be in the AFK phase. I'll go take a look at the settings on Monster TTS and see if maybe there's a setting on there I can adjust. Okay, let's see. Okay, your current plan, premium. Can pause the queue, I can meet the queue. What's this do?
This is a test message.
Yeah. Not seeing any setting. Okay, try now, John. See if it works. I didn't really change much with it, but maybe. No, looks like no bueno. That's weird that I could send a test message. What happens if you approve? So you made that message, now you can approve or reject it. What happens if you approve it?
Zethiann.
So yeah, you have to manually mark it as completed for it to work. Yeah, that's way too much work to put on you mods. You guys already do way too much. Yeah. So what you're telling me is we have the power to let the TTS losers speak, yeah, or let them not speak. You could silence them. Ugh. Oh, next AFK phase. Can somebody remind me? I need to call my parents. Actually, you know what? We just started this phase anyways. Just 1 second. Turn off my camera. Don't need you guys lip reading. Be back in a second. Oh. I went to make a phone call. I'm not sitting on the shitter. There was one time before my wife and no, I guess we were married, but before we had children, I left the toilet seat up and she didn't notice, and she walked into the bathroom. I was probably standing there brushing my teeth or something, but she walked in and went to sit down and fucking fell in the toilet. Holy, that shit was funny. For me, obviously, not for her. Yeah. I don't get it, right? If I'm sitting to take a shit, I make sure the seat's down. If I'm standing to take a piss, I make sure the seat's up. I don't understand what's so hard about looking before before you drop your ass on it. I do it. You should, yeah. There is two parts. There's the seat and then there's the lid, right? And if you pay any attention to, like, there's videos out there showing that even, like, when you flush the toilet, all the particulates that go in the air, yeah, you should be keeping that cover down before you flush it. Otherwise, all that shit, especially you leave your toothbrushes and shit up on the counter, you're basically putting your ass in your mouth. You're eating your own ass. They just add flavor to my toothbrush. What if you did one tap on that acid elf for the lulls? Sounds like a waste of a stack. I'd rather just sell those tets and buy a pen. Yeah, that's so cheap. That's like the price of a 300 stack right there. That's Reva Tuner Statistics server. And I'd rather do the neck than the belt. I need a cap to fight to use my Tavik belt on. Now that those buffs go beyond the cap. It'd be interesting to pop a 200% and pop that. How many damn magical shards do you need? Tons. There's a menu? There is, yeah. There's the Snowfall Crasher event. This is how you start it, and then you hit enter solo. I'm not on remastered, no. I'm at 2K on medium. I want to play on remastered, but I don't know what it is. It's just about the lighting and stuff. The haze. Just things feel, I don't know, off. I feel like the higher FPS makes up for the quality difference. If they gave me more options to adjust different settings, then I'd definitely play on remastered. Hammering nails with a jackhammer? Yeah. Not even just nails. It's like little carpentry nails that you'd like nail a baseboard to a wall, those tiny little things. It's like using a jackhammer for those little fuckers. Yeah, there's just something about remastered that I'm not a fan of. Feels like it's all wood and stone. I don't get it. Ultra is meant primarily for screenshots. It'll even say that when you go to turn it on. It's not meant for gameplay. Ultra increases the draw distance quite dramatically on a lot of stuff. That's one of the largest differences between them. So you get a lot more like background detail and stuff. Yeah, for me it's not the effects. Effects on remastered make no difference. I have a 320 hertz monitor, so I also have a obsessive need to try to make sure I'm as close to 320 FPS as possible. $2K 320, yeah. How did you generate the lyrics? So I open up a notepad and I start writing down things that I want included in the lyrics that are relevant to what I'm talking about. As many as I want to cover, right? And then I organize them into similar lyrics, right? So there's similar things. So like topic-wise, it doesn't feel like it's jumping all over the place. So each verse or the chorus has an overall theme to it, right? And preferably a progressing story. So if there is like a story being told, that it feels like, you know, the verses are in order of that story's progression. And then once I have all the lines and it all segmented and stuff, then I'll dump into ChatGPT and be like, okay, I want to make a song. I want it to have this many verses. I want it to have, you know, the chorus repeated this time, maybe a bridge, and then an outro or whatever. And then it'll take those points that I made and it'll write like a basic song. And then I'll read through it and see how it looks. Because unfortunately, AI, like, it's not going to be perfect. And sometimes, like, it'll write a verse or a line for what you fed it, but it won't be relevant in the way you want it to. So then you'll have to go through and adjust it, right? If you like the way it flows, maybe you'll have to adjust the way the rhyme schemes are, and you'll have to ask ChatGPT to go through it again. And do that, right? And that's where most of the work is just fine-tuning it, making sure that the verses and the lines for the verses have like a similar amount of syllables. You don't want it to sound too repetitive, but you don't want it to sound like it's all over the place. And yeah, eventually over, you know, a couple of hours, it starts to sound more coherent. As for the video, I manually did that. I manually did the lyrics. Type it out, make it appear, make it disappear right when that line is being sung. The videos are all done manually by me, except for the background image. The background image, I just get AI, like I type AI, show me a picture of a computer with fairy lights behind it, and or like a female streamer set up with white fairy lights behind it, and boom, it pumped out that image. Do you notice a difference from 144 to 320? I absolutely do. The difference from 144 to 320 is similar to the difference between 60 and 144. Like, it was a noticeable bump. Shit, wasn't I going to do something? I feel like I was going to do something during that AFK phase and I completely forgot. I don't remember what it was now. But yeah, I love this monitor. My next monitor, I think I am going to pull the trigger on an OLED. I'm kind of happy I waited, Kinjara, because that pulsar technology seems pretty cool. And I actually would have been pretty bummed out buying a monitor and now all of a sudden that new shit is out. I want to make sure that my next monitor has that. Because ultra low motion blur, no, I don't think it's necessary either. But oh, is that more of an LCD thing? Because I've been seeing it advertised with OLEDs. But yeah, I mean, kind of OCD like that. I want the latest and greatest. I hate when you buy something and then all of a sudden something brand new comes out. Unless, like when something brand new comes out, it's a double benefit. Either you spend the money and you get the new tech, but usually new tech pushes down the cost of old tech, right? Yeah, I really like this monitor I got. I don't know if it was like a limited production or what with it, but like I was watching OLEDs and monitors, specifically IPS monitors, for a while. I was really hell-bent on making sure I got a really high-end, like a really good IPS, because I think OLEDs have a good purpose and they do obviously color and picture really well, but I actually don't even really want to start the whole OLED conversation because people are going to start typing. And anyways, I was hell-bent on getting a really good IPS. The reason, irrelevant. And I don't remember where I was going with that story. But in terms of the monitor I previously had, the picture quality I expected to stay the same. I just knew it was going to be a higher refresh rate. And I was just looking to get more smoothness out of it, right? And not only did it end up being smoother, but the picture quality was better, despite the specs looking identical. Irritable bowel syndrome? Yeah, just in that taco time. I'm never going to be able to go back now. Is it really that bad? Fuck. Does your monitor have a glossy finish? Because that's one of the things that turns me off with a lot of OLEDs. Is a lot of them, like, a glossy finish monitor is always going to look better, but it also comes with its own complications in terms of cleaning and your lighting in your room. So that's my biggest concern. I want like a matte finish OLED. Because I've seen so many horror stories of people going to go clean their monitor and they accidentally put some scratches on a glossy finish one. And it's like forever noticeable. Yeah, I have a lot of lights on around the room around me too. Specifically one directly up and above behind me that I feel like when I'm kind of sitting lower in my chair and slouching like I kind of am right now. Let me show you. No, I'm kind of sitting down in my chair relaxed. That it's like going to bounce and then go back up to that light that's on the roof behind me. So I feel like if I did get a glossy OLED, I would have to actually take the bulb out of that light behind me. But they're not cheap. No, because they're the biggest hype right now, right? The OLED monitors. And the new ones are coming out really good. The WOLEDs typically took a hit in brightness a little bit, but they had still had great picture quality. And then you had the QD OLEDs that were really good for brightness, but they only had a triple pixel format for each like. They had like a triple subpixel, I guess it's called. So it was, like text and stuff could look kind of off. And then the latest tandem OLEDs now have the extra brightness of QD OLED, but don't have the weird, like weird looking text fonts. Forgive my lack of terminology. Issue for me is I only want a 32. The size of the monitor doesn't matter too much to me as long as it's a reasonable size. You can always make up for a smaller monitor by just sitting closer to it, because you got to remember that's all it is, right? It's that ratio of distance and size. So if you want a monitor to occupy a specific amount of your view, you could just sit closer to it, right? And you can have it occupy the same view. And the pixel density will be the same based on that distance, right? You can mathematically figure out exactly how close you need a 27 monitor to be to look like a 32-inch monitor. Yeah, and I understand it's not really that big of a deal, but it is something that would annoy me. But yeah, I'm more interested in, just like with any new technology, I typically like to wait until it's smoothed out a bit. You don't notice the text? Do you have a QD OLED as well? Maybe it's a combination of specific text sizes. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I just bought a monitor and I just bought a $3,500 graphics card. Do not redeem. I don't think I could justify dumping $1,000 on a monitor right now. My wife would be like, no, what are you doing? Yeah. When I say $1,000, I mean $1,000 Canadian. We get bent over backwards with electronics. Yeah, well, WOLEDs will never have that issue with fringing at all because it's the way the subpixels are set up. It's just, I guess, in some cases with the QD OLEDs, because WOLEDs, they have the red, green, blue, and white, right? That's what the W in OLED stands for, in WOLED. But the QD OLEDs don't have that white subpixel. It's just the 3, but they're put in a triangular pattern. So I guess maybe there's specific situations, not all situations, where you can get a little bit of text fringing. Yeah, there is. That's what the tandem ones, right? The tandem ones are going to be really interesting. Because instead of it being, and this should help a lot with burn-in as well, is instead of there being one sheet containing all the pixels, there's going to be like layered sheets for each pixel color, right? So there won't be as much, even newer than tandem? Oh shit, well I don't know anything about that. But yeah, the main thing that causes burn-in is quite literally heat buildup, right, from it. And having the shit on too long on a static image. So that's something that they're clearly working on, even though it's barely an issue now, and I understand that. The fact that it's barely an issue is still not an issue, right? So, or not an issue. But the technology has come so far, especially with the tandem OLEDs, and I'm sure the next generation will be even better than that. Beelzebub will be burning your screen for sure. Yeah. I'll end up having a big old frog tongue permanently on there. A 5090 in Australia is 5K plus. What about a 5080? You need a 5080? I'll sell you a 5080. I have one to sell. 2,000? How'd you get your red Vels? This is a skin for it. It was an event they did a while back that if you spent $100 on the event, you got a skin for your Vel. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. See, that makes me happy, Kinjara, seeing that. Just those little improvements with the slight drawbacks, and then most of the time it's the drawbacks are so minor, it's not a big deal. But like I don't know, I'm just OCD with that shit. When there is something small, anytime I notice it, it makes me go, "Oh yeah." Even though it might be very rare. So it's so nice seeing technologies like that as they come along. And then also, you know, a little bit of patience means I can get stuff, you know, sometimes at a cheaper price. I bought an OLED when they first came out and it has my buff bar and skill UI burnt into it. So it's a rip. Yeah. Yeah, OLEDs have come a long way. It's not as bad as it used to be. That's one thing that it seems like every generation is working on and getting a lot better with is managing heat and the burn-in. Seems like that's come a long way, too. I remember back in the old day of plasma TVs when burn-in first became popular. Common, I guess. Plasma TVs were so bad for it. I've solved it. Water cool your OLED? Better yet, maybe I just take the whole rig outside and play out in the winter. Look at this, scum. This could be yours. How much did you say? 2 grand Australian? How does the Australian dollar compare to the American dollar? Is that the same? I gotta sell this thing eventually. I'm hoping with the 5090s going up crazy in price and the 5080s, like them dialing back the production on it, that card will go up in value and I can sell it later. 90 cents to Canadian dollar? The Canadian dollar? Your dollar's worth less than the Canadian dollar? Will I sign it too? Shit, I could totally sign it. You know what I'll do, Yarn? I'll get like a little ink pad and I'll teabag it and then I'll teabag the graphics card. So there'll be a little imprint of my sack on the card. And then I'll write Zethiann on top of it in the shape of a penis. Now we're talking. Oh, man. And you guys ask me why I sit here grinding all the time. I just enjoy fucking talking nonsense with you guys. So how much for that? Yeah. That definitely adds value for sure. Make yourself extra musky. Oh. So when they first fire up the graphics card and those fans turn on, they're like, ooh, what's that smell? As soon as those fans ramp up. Now imagine my wife walks in. Shit. Maybe I'll get her to put her musk on there too. You'll see a little clam right beside my nuts. Oh my god. We are degenerates, chat. What is wrong with us? What is actually wrong with us? Hi, I'm a new viewer. Well, hello, new viewer. Welcome. What a great time to watch the stream for the first time. You're not that new, though. You've been following since December 20th. You've been here for 3 weeks now. I have $9,000 in RAM and a new CPU to buy first. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to... I don't want to get caught holding the bag, so I want to sell that GPU. Obviously... at a reasonable price. I'm thinking of putting it up for $1,800 Canadian, just on the Facebook marketplace locally, and see if I can snag a local buyer for that price. I feel like $1,800 is a good price, because not only do they save $200, almost $300 buying it versus buying it brand new, but then they don't have to pay tax on it, which is like another $300. So they end up saving like $600, right? And then that saves me the hassle of having to, like, ship it and package it and all that shit. And deal with that, right? If I could get it locally. They're $2,100. That specific card itself, I think, is $2,100 Canadian. Brand new. $300 in tax? Yeah. It's about... well, like 13% is HST, so on $2,100, I mean, I guess it's technically a bit under $300. It'll end up being like $270 in tax, but, you know, that's fucking $270. Between saving $300 on that and $270 on tax, that's a fucking new, almost a new monitor with your graphics card, right? What country is this? Canada. Did I get it for MSRP? Pretty damn close. MSRP is $2,000, but I got it for $2,400, which is a solid price right now. Because the 5090s are fucking either being scalped like crazy or sold out like everywhere. Unless you're in the US. If you're in the US, then you can go down to... there's a lot of micro centers that have decently priced 5090s. They'll have like a couple on hand. It was actually just randomly popped up in my local Best Buy. So I drove down there. For some reason, I just... like, I wasn't even really in the market. I was occasionally paying attention. But all of a sudden, like, I decided to look up 5090s. And then, of course, the Best Buy webpage popped up. So I clicked on it. And it said, Zotac 5090, one available for pickup, not able to order it online. And I looked and it said, one available in a store near you. So I immediately drove down there and yoinked that shit. Had an employee had it in a reserve and they sold it to you? When you cashed out your $3,600 or $3,600 5090, it came out. So because the employee had it reserved, you got an $800 discount? That's fucking sick. So they accidentally gave you the employee discount, it sounds like, if I'm not misinterpreting that. Nice. Kanjara was the super lucky one. Kanjara signed up for the NVIDIA's, like, the Founders Edition cards. and he was one of the people who were randomly selected to buy a legit MSRP 5090 on release. I'll be honest, I would rather have a Founders Edition card than one of these cards. Not that I don't like this card, but I don't know, I think the Founders Editions are cool. How did you change your terrain to be almost fully black? It does this automatically here as you're grinding. As soon as the specters spawn, it puts a black shroud over the lava. You might have your visual effects turned down all the way, and that's probably why it's not as dark. They probably thought he was a mage. Shut up, Dragor. You're such a dumbass. You just can't help yourself, can you? You fucking can't help yourself. How many bar fights have you been in, Dragor? I gotta ask.
Zethiann! Let's go!
0? Oh, that's right. You're like 6'4", right? I bet if you were 5'6", you'd be in way more. Okay, how many bar kisses have you been involved in, Dragor? Oh shit. Yeah, you're a big dude, so most people will be like, you'll make a comment, and they'll be like, "That who fucking said?" Oh, yeah. He too big. I ain't gonna pick a fight with him. Nothing a kick in the knee won't fix. True. Yeah, bring him down to his knees. All of a sudden, he's 5'10". Yeah, yeah. He got that 6'4", 250-pound aura. Oh yeah, you got a theme going on, right, Tross? So yeah, you got to complete it now. Did they just really ignore my raid? Oh, yo, what's up? Sorry. I was in the middle of a conversation. Sorry. Yo, my bad, my bad, my bad. I get caught in my thought and I just go on a little adventure and just everything gets tuned out. I have a wife and kids, so it's a useful skill, but sometimes, you know, the skill fires off unintentionally. Yeah, I'm having a pretty solid day. I have no complaints. No complaints. Been a pretty chill day. Pretty relaxed day. Gotta go outside. My dog wants to go out. Oh, perfect timing. Right when Beelzebub pops. to the loot. I went from a 7950X 3D to a 9950X 3D, and it was noticeable. It wasn't like massive, but if you have the choice, actually, I guess one of the bigger problems is if you go 7800X 3D, you can still get on the AM4 platform and use DDR4, which might be a bit cheaper, but I mean, from what I understand, it's still harder to get your hands on. Where if you go the 9800X 3D, you got to upgrade to the AM5 platform, which means you're definitely going to have to get DDR5, which is a pretty big jump in your cost. He does not like it out there. She didn't even make it a whole Beelzebub AFK face. She went out there, took a piss, and wanted right back in. The 5800, I'm pretty sure the 7800 could still be on AM4 too, but I might be mistaken. I'm pretty sure there's some AM4 boards that support the 7800 X3D. Oh, no, I guess it was AM5. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess you're swapping to AM5 anyways, so you might as well go with the 9800 X3D then. There's even the next gen, if you want basically a better bin to 9800 X3D, there's actually now the 9850 X3D. I don't know if they're available for sale, but they were just announced. Slightly better. Oh, yeah. With the way things are going, man, you're gonna have to be rich to be a gamer. A PC gamer. I wonder what's gonna happen when the consoles follow, right? Because this will eventually bleed into consoles too. Haha, Dragor. You know what's funny, Dragor? I had the exact same thought. Exactly the same thought, but I was just kind of like, whatever. Xbox is using a cheap mobile chip. I saw something between, there's like a feud going on between Intel and AMD right now, and their APUs. Intel was making a jab at AMD for using old silicon on their APUs, and AMD was, I can't remember if they're making jabs back or just defending themselves or whatever, but I love competition. Yeah, I think they're making fun of the old making fun of AMD's APUs because they're still using like RDNA 3 or 2.5 or some shit. Ooh, that's a good point. Maybe I should make some cadres out of my Iona fragments. Better than selling corroding CPUs? Yeah, but Intel did a decent job with that, with how they handled that, to be honest. Not initially, but all of the affected chips from that one batch, and it was like, maybe not one batch, but those specific batches, they extended the warranty of those chips to 10 years. So if you had one of those chips and you ended up having an issue, you had a super long warranty on it. And then obviously if it never affected you, then it was never a problem to begin with. Now it took a little bit of pressure for them to do that, which is kind of annoying, but I mean, you know, they still made it right, in my opinion. I also had one of those chips that was affected by that too. And I had no problem RMAing it. Obviously, annoying that I did. You shouldn't have to do that, right? Same thing with NVIDIA, right? And they're burning out power connectors. You know, a lot of the time too, like that's user error, not properly connecting your power connector or putting too much pressure on it with the side of your case because your case isn't big enough to accommodate it. But once again, right, these manufacturers should be taking that into consideration. They should be trying to limit user error. So, yeah, they don't get a pass, but yeah. I think it's irrational to expect companies to get it perfect all the time. Mistakes happen. Now, if they start happening regularly, I might take my money elsewhere. I don't want every time I purchase your product to feel like a gamble. Oh, now you want to go outside, you little fucker. You couldn't go outside while your sister was down here, huh? Come on. I don't even know what Steam Frame is. A wireless VR headset. Ooh. Thank goodness I'm right beside the back door there. Fucking pillow by my back. Alright.
I'm getting hacked. What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Trying to have a conversation with my wife, chat, and you guys are playing a bunch of fucking sound effects. They could see me, yeah. Give him the finger and say "fuck you, Dragor."
What? Fuck you, Dragor. They can't see my finger.
This way, right there. The cameras are there. There you go. You don't know where Dragor? He might not be paying attention, anyways. I just hope he is. Oh yes, he's there. Good, perfect. Yeah, he said something about getting his name tattooed on your ass.
So fucking loud. You realize I'm right here.
Yeah, I know. You didn't.
Getting his name tattooed on your ass. You're fucking
It was.
loud. It's excessive.
They were playing sound effects that were really loud in my ear, and I was trying to talk over it. My bad. I'm sorry. Now I knocked over my little garbage can. Fuck. I'm gonna fucking break it. I just didn't say that out of nowhere. I mean, you practically did. You're like, I got you thinking about me every time you eat food. Just wait till I got you thinking about me every time you're boning your wife. You're gonna say, oh, what did you eat for lunch?
I just ate food. I haven't eaten.
Would you eat that quesadilla? Was it spicy? Yeah. They never get to see you. Sometimes I bet they don't believe.
This place I go up, it's called work.
They don't believe that I'm married to such a hot piece of ass. They probably think that I'm into dudes. You should hear half the comments I make. I don't blame them.
Dude.
Okay.
Okay, I'm leaving you now.
But like my AFK phase is over, that means you gotta fuck off. You want to make some? No, don't bother making coffee. I guess we're leaving soon. What? Oh, in about an hour. We'll leave it like 1:45. It's not far. That's your wife? I need to make more trash at Zephyrus. Yeah, yeah. Every time I open this big fat silver bank account, she goes, "Ooh, that's my man." Yeah, he goes crazy these days.
AFK phase is over. That means you need to fuck off.
I did say that, didn't I? Oh, fuck. Think I'd be sleeping on the couch if I said that to my wife? Yeah. Context is important. She understands my sense of humor. A lot of this nonsense and shit I say, I don't just say it online. I mean, I won't say it out in public and stuff, because, like, people won't understand my humor, but I know my wife gets my humor, right? So... She'll even, like, you think some of my comments, she'll make some comments, too. Oh, I pissed her off the other day. Holy fuck. I can't even remember what the conversation was. But I implied, based off of a joke I made, and then a comment she made after. Fuck, what was it? Oh, I wish I remember. I don't want to fuck it up, because it'll sound really bad if I fuck it up. And it'll lose the important context. But it was funny as hell. And she was so upset. God forbid he makes a little less silver this hour to spend time with his wife. Yeah, she'll get her time later. You know what this reminds me of? What's that fucking movie, The Other Guys, with Will Ferrell and fucking Mark Wahlberg? And Will Ferrell takes Mark to his house, and Mark's like, okay, stop fucking around. This isn't your wife, right? That's such a funny scene. Holy shit. I want to watch that movie again. I haven't seen that in a while. That's such a funny fucking movie. Christina? I vaguely remember that. I watched that movie shortly after it came out, and I don't think I've watched it since then. I think my kids would probably find it really funny, too, because isn't there a scene where Mark Wahlberg wants to be a dancer? And he's like, I just want to dance. So I think my kids would get a kick out of that, because they actually do dance. The Other Guy's movie? Yeah, I'm talking about the movie, yeah. The one at the very beginning when Dwayne Johnson and... holy fuck, why can't I... Samuel Jackson, where they jump off the fucking building and die, like, at the very beginning of the movie. GM Buffs BA1, ooh. Hopefully they're still there after the AFK phase is over. Should be just about at the AFK phase. Oh my god, no you didn't. Oh my god. The nice thing is, I know that's not my wife's ass. Not that I needed verification, but my wife's booty is way bigger than that. Oh, fuck. I can't believe you typed that shit in AI. To be fair, it's no one's ass. True. It's just... ass, I guess? I don't know. Thought I had something more clever to say. I'm not that witty, I guess. Yeah, I want to watch that movie. I think I might... maybe I'll watch that tonight. They should make a sequel to that movie. You know what's another movie I want to see a sequel to? Is Central Intelligence. That's another movie that it kind of gives you that old Rush Hour vibe, right? You just got this awesome pairing of two actors that complement each other so fucking well. I remember hearing there's supposed to be a new Rush Hour as well. I haven't seen... I'm trying to remember the last time I seen, like, Chris Tucker in a movie. A chimera ass of all the asses that AI has seen? Yeah. Yeah, I guess it kind of is, isn't it? Let us auto feed pets. Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. You can auto feed workers from your family inventory. Why not pets too? Treasure item, right? That could be a treasure item. Something you grind out that'll now start auto feeding your pets. Like anytime there's an idea like that, I feel like they should make some type of chase item revolving around it to give something for people like me to do. Put in a gacha box. Okay, Satan. Let's calm down there. We don't need to turn the whole world into hell. Or, hear me out, we remove the need for feeding pets. No, I don't mind pet feeding because, like, it contributes to the life skilling economy, right? All that food people gotta make. I think it's important to have, like, if anything, maybe make it so you need to feed your pets more. Buff life skilling. Put more demand on that market. I don't even know what the profit margins are on pet food. Maybe all the pet food dealers in this game are some of the richest players. Maybe that's like how LeDuc made all of his money and he just keeps it secret. He's secretly out there making organic feed. He got that organic non-GMO upsell, selling at a fucking 400% profit margin because people are dumb and just buy organic and non-GMO. Wait, I have an idea. Okay, probably a bad one already. What's up? Oh, great. My Discord went off. What is this? You're such a dumbass. Oh, shit. My wife comes back down here. I'm gonna show her. I'm gonna say, I got a fucking 6'4", 250-pound man sending me pictures of an ass. Ooh, almost died there. Oh, it's nighttime right now, isn't it? Where's this AFK phase, damn it? I want to go get my buffs. It's been 6 minutes. Is the GM still there? Somebody tell the GM. Somebody go to BA1 and say, GM, hang out here a bit longer. Zethiann's on his way. See? Tell him I'll be there in a minute and a half. Beelzebub just spawned. Do I just vendor these gems of Primordial if they have already have a Sovereign? I think they're going to be used for fail stack soon, aren't they? Or am I thinking of something else? Oh, shit. Ew. Wasn't it these they were going to let use for stacks, or... Yeah. Primordial Blackstones can be used for up to 200 stack now. So yeah, you definitely don't want to vendor them. Yeah, I was gonna say, that seems expensive. It's 60 mil for 170 for a 200 stack? Yeah, 170. The 200 stack is worth like 10 bill, right? 170 times 60 mil. Well, it's about 10 bill, so never mind. Maybe that's like right on the mark. It's approximately the mark. No, vendor them, please. Drive that cost down. That doesn't drive it down. That drives it up, right? If you want the prices to go down, then you want more supply, not less. It's the pink primordial fragments. I don't think I know what you're referring to. Oh yeah, BA1. See that gem still there? Oh. What is that buff? Oh, a little bonfire. This GM's pissing me off. Why am I waiting so long? I gotta dance for it? This is BA1 on North America. Oh, those. Those things, yes. Yeah, I don't think those have any value. You just vendor those. Ooh, wah. God fucking damn it, give me this goddamn buff! The hell kind of gun is that? Holy. You fucking hitting that guy with the bayonet. Oh, there's no bayonet on there. Never mind. Oh, that jiggle. What is going on over here? That is not snowboarding attire. What the hell? Why is that shit all blurry? That is not snowboarding attire. Diesel. Why is the ass on that character so big? Because why not? Fair argument. I don't know. I have nothing. Let's see, do I have jorts? I don't even fucking know what jorts are. What if I do this? I know I got some underwear somewhere in here. Here we go, here we go. Wait, that won't work, did it? There we go. Yo, why haven't I dyed these things? Perfect. Wait. It didn't take. Wait, it did take. Do I gotta unequip him and re-equip him? There we go. The hell? Why is Prince looking like fucking Mr. Jack Skeleton? Jesus. Put some meat on those bones. Actually, I think I got the new dance, don't I? What was the new dance? Spotlight performance. So slash. Is it just slash performance? There we go. Wait. Yo, who's she aiming at? Yo, yo, who are you aiming at? That's better. Yeah, shoot the shy. Let me get out of the way. You blast that shy. Don't aim at me. Huh. Oh my god. Yo, Enlave, Etsu, fucking somebody, Corruption, Underfoe, fucking Lemuria, Luffy, Gaz. There's gotta be one of you guys in here. Get this fucking person back to their desk to press their button. We're all waiting here. Maybe I need a new outfit. Maybe I gotta go the fatso. Wait, why is my outfit not working? What the hell? And why can't I pull up my weapons all of a sudden? Wait, what's going on? Oh, there we go. I still can't pull up my weapons. My game's like broken. The fuck?
They said they had to leave at 2:57 according to chat. Not sure why the character's still there. Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, are they gone? GM Lolly sucks. This is the worst one. I'm gonna go through my cards. If there's a message from GM Lolly, let's see. Etsu, Maslin, Wuju, Corruption, Underfoe, Polly. Nope. Nope.
Check the next one. Let's see. Let's see. Underfoe, Blackstar. Fuck. And dropped it. In the city. Okay, next one. Polly, Hollow, Corruption, Grandia, Amora, Delphi, Zoro, Maslin. No. No, still no Lolly. Still no Lolly. What about this one? I think this is the last one. This was the Halloween one, I think. Oh, there isn't even shit written on this one. Shit, I don't remember which went with which now. Now I fucked up. Fuck. Go based on size, I guess. That looks right. Fits perfect. Well, that fucking blows. I just came out here for fucking nothing. Absolutely ruined my day. Absolutely ruined. And I don't know why I can't pull my weapons out right now. Anybody know why I can't pull out my weapons? Time gated GM buffs, yeah. It's probably because I came out here. The second I leave. The second I leave, gonna pop it. That's it. I'll sacrifice myself for you guys. I'm gonna leave so you guys can get your buffs. But I'm gonna leave right here. Oh, fuck. Okay, I can pull my weapons out again now. Oh.
Emotional damage.
Oh, why are you coming out over there? Loot scroll? Yeah, thank you. I'm just gonna pop one. Ah, oh, fuck. I accidentally put one! What a fucked up day. Just like that. GM Lolly ruined my whole day. Spent 20 fucking minutes standing around there twiddling my thumbs. Now I put the wrong loot buff on. How can this day get ever any worse? Maybe I just go do my riffs. Maybe I go hit the riffs. They gave out GM buffs? Yeah. You know what? It doesn't even matter anymore. I told you guys I'll take the hit for you guys. Actually, no. I should ride my other horse. I need to level it up. No, that's not what I wanted to do. All right. Oh, you know what I should also grab? Alright, I'm not worried about the accessories. Why do I keep hitting Q there? I feel like there's so much knowledge for me to get here all of a sudden. What the fuck? Not seeing any of the knowledge things pop up when I talk to them, though. The super fun bug? It's a bug right now? Oh, that explains it. You can't spell Black Desert without bug. We'll start with Farad and work our way west. Then I don't have to worry about doing this later. Then later on tonight, I can be playing some Diablo 4. Ooh, man. Every time I play Diablo 4, I enjoy it more than the last time. I'm getting kind of hooked on it. Oh shit, took fall damage there. Did you only PvE on D4 as well? I don't get much time. I just unlocked Torment level 1 on Diablo 4. It took me forever to figure out how to unlock it. Like, my character has like 20,000 toughness or something, and it's like, nothing can do any damage to me, and I'm one-shotting everything with just my holy light aura. And I was like, why can't I do frickin', whatchamacallit? Why can't I make this shit harder? And then I found that there was the hellish descent or something I had to do. So I went and I ran up there and did that. Now I gotta figure out how to unlock Torment like 2 and 3 and 4 and stuff. What's my video playtime? Way too fucking much. That's how long. The season journey stuff? I have been working my way through that, yeah. Is there PvP in Diablo 4? I can't imagine it's very balanced. It's probably just... I can imagine it's just people being one-shot. By whoever's been going crazy. It's a one-shot fest? I could imagine. I could imagine. I'm actually playing softcore right now. I just wanted to play through it and see what it's about. I prefer hardcore, but I just didn't want to have to play through so slowly. Thought I was blocked! Yeah, he tested you, Kajara. Oh shit. Because you're a mod? Oh, really? If someone's blocked, you could... Oh, I didn't realize that was a thing. Oh, shit. I don't think he's actually bad. I think he just chose violence. That one always has a delay. I feel like there's a delay from the time that you kill one to the time that it spawns. The next one will spawn. So if you kill it too fast and go to the next one, you're just left waiting. Because there are times where I run to that one and it feels like he spawns immediately. Well. Went to have some fun on the water and ended up slowing me down. Maybe it is that one specifically, though. You might be right. I do feel like, now that I think about it, I feel like I'm always waiting longer for that one. I'm not always waiting for the other ones, but I might always be waiting for that one. So nice not to get all those garbage accessories anymore from that shit. Well, who put that rock there? I want the GM's name who did that. Or the dev's name. Just a reminder, everybody, do your riffs. The riffs are going to respawn after maintenance, so you might as well do them. No reason to hold on to them. Oh shit, I got one more to do. Oh my god, look at these losers all doing bosses. I need to do a little processing. Okay. Actually, I think I could just do this, can I? I need 4 more contributions somewhere. I'll take some from here, I'll remember. There we go. Oh, it's gonna just try storage? Okay, fuck you then. What you setting up there? Never you mind. Just never you mind. Okay, That should be about done now, right? Do I not have an available worker in Altanova? The fuck are all these losers doing? How the fuck do I... Oh, yeah, there we go. Huh. I only have 4 workers there. Gorgo Rock, we'll take him. No, not fire. Not fire. Nerdman stole my idea! Shut up. You're living in my world. You're living in my world. Mr. Tiny Cock. Why are you looking at my cock? Just impressive with how small it is, monstrosity. It's a sight to behold. At first I thought it was a pube, but turns out it wasn't. I wish they would let us fucking use these things. These intricate pattern mystical shards. That shit being held gate kept by a... Oh my god, I just realized. I guess this was the original time gate, wasn't it? You gotta do a fucking daily every day. They should change that to a weekly. I could actually tolerate that if that was a weekly that gave like 5 times the rewards. But that fucking daily shit. Get me a noose and fucking hang me, man. That shit is awful. Oh, hey, chat. It is about time for me to head out in 10 minutes here. I'm going to go for sushi. Thank you for hanging out today. I hope you all have a wonderful day. It was always a fun stream with you guys. Let's see. Who can we raid? Who can we send you guys to? Maybe I'll send you guys to Escathon. He's doing some Seraph Guild League, although it looks like he's actually in a node war right now. So if you guys are interested in some Seraph gameplay, anyways, go check him out. Make sure you go say hi. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. I hope you all have a wonderful day. We will be back. What day is it tomorrow? Oh, no, we won't be back tomorrow. Sorry, chat. We'll be back Monday. So I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Good luck with your enhances. Good luck with any clicks you do. Good luck with your grinds. And we will see you all on Monday. Thank you for hanging out today. Much love to all of you.